Hey y'all, it's me again, Joey.
Well, ready to let them loose?
Yep, that's it. Let's see if they make us run.
Oh,
Probably so.
yeah, that one tried to get after him, but other than that, what can you expect? I mean, can you blame them? Oh yeah, they're getting after us now. Go, Joey, go!
Hey man!
Hey, man, buddy. I'm gonna get in the truck. You gotta go back and get your camera.
But also, just get as many as you can off the one next to it. Get out.
You gotta move forward.
Do that side again. Y'all ready? Let's get started. Hey everybody, it's me again, Joey. Hey, look who else we got here. You showed back up just in time.
Yeah, I did.
How y'all doing today?
Couldn't have it any better.
Yeah.
Heck, you slept all day.
No, I didn't. I just slept in this morning. Felt good, actually.
Yeah.
We've been going ever since we got back from Nabi. It's been nonstop. We've been in a plow truck almost the entire time. It seems like.
Hmm.
Yeah, that snows this. By the time you get one much patch cleared off, here comes another little snow, and you have to start again.
That's right. It's starting to feel like the North, isn't it?
He'll probably be a millionaire by spring, Joe, if this stays up.
I better be a millionaire by spring or I'd quit. we actually broke one of the trucks had the reverse gear mess up in it, and so they had to pull the transmission and rebuild the whole transmission in one of the plow trucks. And honestly, the guy did a great job for me. He I don't know, for whatever reason, he must have felt for me or whatever, and it must have been the bottle of honey I gave him. He calls me back. I dropped it off Wednesday morning. He calls me back Friday midday and says, "Hey, you would have put that when it was snowing still. It started snowing real early in the morning, about 3:30, 4 o'clock on Saturday morning. And we started doing some work with the other truck. And he calls me up about maybe 10:30 and says, "Hey, you want to put that truck back in service?" And I'm like, yeah. He goes, "Come get it." And I'm like, "Well, is it done?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "The whole thing's been rebuilt and everything we talked about doing." He says, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Okay, yeah, sounds good." So we put it back in service.
That was fast.
That was really fast.
Yeah.
2 days.
We already got 49 good folks over there in the chat. I want to say hey to everybody. I can't keep up with typing individual names anymore. I don't know. Seems like when I'm on here, I just lose it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to say hey to everybody. Don't want to leave anybody out. It's been a beautiful day here today. It was around 31-ish degrees, 32, somewhere like that this morning. No wind blowing. A couple hours after daylight, the sun really come out good. Been nice outside, cool but nice. Can't complain about it a bit.
Yeah, we had a beautiful day here. It was no wind, and it got up to about what you're talking about 32 or 33 later on this afternoon. But not, I was out in the bee yard for a couple hours this morning, and I was actually pretty comfortable. Just I had a vest on over what I got, just a vest, a light vest over what I got on here now, and I was pretty comfortable moving around. We got about, I don't know, 10 or 11 inches of snow on the ground. It was, I don't know, 22, 23. Actually, it got warmer as the night went on last night up here. And I actually had undertaker bees cleaning out some deads when I cleaned off my landing board where they could get out this morning. So
I heard other people talking about the same thing on social media. I was, mindlessly scrolling and just kind of seeing what people were up to. And I've seen several people talking about the same thing. And one guy was really concerned. He's like, is this normal? I'm like, that is perfectly normal. And that honestly is what you want to see from a healthy colony, I said, bees are going to die. And I said, when they start carrying them out, that means that there's still a healthy colony going on, because if the colony wasn't healthy or dwindling, they wouldn't have been holding them out,
Yeah.
So I said, yeah, you want to see that. Of course, for reference, just much like JW and myself, our weather around here has been cold. Well, probably since about the time we left for the North American Honeybee Expo, and pretty much all points since then have been pretty chilly, and definitely no flight weather, I can tell you that. So they had a cold enough spell that they were hunkered down pretty well, and finally got an opportunity with the nice sunlight that was hitting on those hives and warming up, that they decided to do a little housekeeping, I guess.
She's getting a little hair dab echo for some reason, Tom. I don't know.
It's me.
I think
What is it?
When he speaks, he's getting a little bit of an echo through my here.
I hear something. I just thought it might have been a TV or something in the background.
Hold on a second. The door's open to my laundry room, but I can barely hear it. Let me close and see if it changes anything.
Yeah, but that's it.
Does it sound any different to you guys at all?
It wasn't. It was just kind of an echo of your voice. What I was getting. I mean, so I didn't know if you had on more in the StreamYard, if you had on your YouTube too. Sometimes
Well, I have it up on my phone, but I have my phone turned all the way down to nothing, so I can comment from there, because if I try to comment from the laptop, it's off of Joey's account, so everyone will think Joey's commenting. So I comment from my phone.
Well, maybe you have the volume on your phone.
It don't matter. Jeremy, it's 38 here right now. It's been a beautiful sunny day. It's a cool day, but sunny. Pretty day. I think we're going to get a little bit colder weather in the next few days, just below freezing. That's about all we normally get around here this time of year. And I really hadn't looked too far out to see if we had rain coming or anything. I got the link pin. Anybody want to come in? Talk with us.
So Joey, sounds like I'm looking at my thermometer. I'm about 29 degrees here right now. So you're only about 9-ish, 10-ish degrees above me right now. So now, would you say this is pretty chilly for you guys, or pretty typical about this time of year?
It's about right. It's about normal. Usually if we're going to have any colder days, most of the time it's a little bit later in the year.
Yeah.
Hey, Philip.
Hey, Joe, how you doing? Hey,
Pretty
Jado.
good.
Hey, Tom.
Good evening. How are you tonight?
Wonderful.
What you working on there, my friend?
Oh, I'm making some inner covers.
Yeah.
Can
you go ahead and email me a couple of those shelves?
Sure. I sure can.
If anybody in this chat didn't get a chance to see Philip's shelves that he had done for the North American Honeybee Expo, he had built 5 full-size shelves that were in the honey show room. And let me tell you what, all those guys were filled amongst all the rest of I think it was a dozen shelves, correct me if I'm wrong, Philip, that were in there already.
I didn't count it, but that sounds about right.
And then he also donated his miniature shelf, which was a small version of that. Be great for anybody doing like a small sales booth on their tables or whatever. Had nice little shelves in there. I was thinking about bidding on it myself, but I was trying not to spend more than what I had already pre-ordered. I did do a couple small things, but I kept it in check. So I was thinking about it.
I thought it did pretty good. It got $150. So I thought
Yeah,
that was pretty good.
that's phenomenal.
It got
That's awesome.
It got to that pretty fast, but
It
the lady
did.
that got it was surprised that it didn't go higher. But,
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was really thinking about it. We had done some other donations. I wanted to keep that all in check. So, but yeah, they looked really phenomenal. I liked how they came apart together. It'd make it really easy for somebody doing a display, honey table, things like that. Something to offer some good height and depth within their table. Makes it look really nice.
well, I was listening to Mr. Ed this morning. You guys hadn't talked about that. It sounds like he's trying to muscle in on y'all's friendship. He's best friends with one of you two. I couldn't tell which one, either JW or Tom.
So I wasn't on there this morning. Melissa was on there. She was JW. You said I slept all day. She was the one piddling around with that. So I headed out.
Put the word out on you in public. You said you were asleep. How would I have known you were sleeping all day?
How dare that woman?
She's
over
got
there
you
with-
committed. She's got you and JW committed to going all over the place.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
yeah.
and doing
Going?
stuff. Yeah.
Mr. Ed wanted up.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't watch that live, and I didn't go back and rewatch it today. So I have no idea what was said on there. So
He was busy concentrating with his eyes closed in bed.
I was meditating.
What I heard Mr. Ed say that JW was coming down to visit him, and then Melissa got on and said, "Well, Tom's coming too."
Well, maybe.
And then he asked for Tom's contact information, or Melissa's maybe.
He already has
That's
mine. We text all the time. Is he that senile already?
No, he just wanted to see that picture.
Oh, I needed to send him a picture. That's what it was.
Oh yeah. He talked about the no lifers group pretty good for a little while too.
Did he?
Yeah.
No, I just kicked on the rerun there this afternoon sometime. It's about the time Miss Melissa responded in the chat that you were asleep, so I figured you've been asleep all day.
I was thinking about it. You know, sometimes after, especially doing all that, doing a wellness check. After all those nights, I mean, I don't like being awake in the middle of the night anymore. That's not that much fun, but it's kind of what my job requires when we're doing that emergency service work. So, you know, there's that. So JW, there's actually a little bit of chatter of maybe not this coming Saturday, but next Saturday or Sunday, I think it is. There's a possibility of something out there in the weather world. I said, I'm not sure if I'm ready for that all that jazz yet.
That's all. Don't pay attention to that. That's all. I mean, it's propaganda.
I know it is. It's stuff that I pay attention to and I'll follow up on, but I agree. They're trying to sell news.
All right. I'm going to mute myself and get back to work because my phone's going to die and I want to get back inside and get on the computer when it does.
All right.
Hey, just plug it in. We want to see what kind of stuff you're working on there.
All right. I'll it shouldn't take me much longer. I only got about 50 pieces left to do. So it shouldn't take too long. I'm just all I'm doing is putting this little groove in the sidebars of the inner cover, so I can put the panel in there.
Are you using a router? Using a dado blade? What do you got?
Well, I was going to use the router, but it makes such a mess. I decided this little Harbor Freight table saw doesn't accept dado blades.
Yeah.
So I looked at it. I said, you know what? I think I can get the two side pieces of my dado blade on there, and I did. I forced them on there and tightened it up, so I can get 1/4 of an inch as wide as I can get, which is all I need for this. So I am using my dado blade on a saw that really isn't supposed to take one. So I might end up burning the thing up. Who knows? But wouldn't be the first one. I burned up.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Hey Joey, when do your bees really start to brood up around you? Would you say that probably coming up shortly they're going to start to get into gear?
Probably around the 3rd week of February, somewhere the middle of the 3rd week. It kind of depends on the I can't even think of the name of the tree now. But anyway, that's when
Do
we
you
start
guys-
getting our first blooms, right about the third week of.
Now you all probably have maples down
Yeah.
that's
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
What about willows? You probably have willows too, right?
Yeah.
Well, those are for us anyway. Those are some of the earliest ones that we'll see.
Yeah.
Witch hazel. I'm not sure what that was. That grows south. I'm not sure about that plant.
I don't know. I don't know about that one. We
don't
get a
don't
lot of
have-
blackberry. Our blackberry starts coming in right at the end of February there.
Okay. And does that produce a good pollen?
It does. We get a good pollen and a pretty decent nectar flow out of them.
Yeah.
Somebody had asked Philip a question there, and I let it get by me.
I didn't catch you there. I wasn't following.
Here it is. I don't know. He can't. He's sawing right now. We just
Yeah.
leave it up there.
He's muted and on. He won't. You'll have to wait till he gets on his computer.
Yeah.
He's looking. Hey, DC, that wasn't a black spot. It was brown. He was brown nosing on something. Don't tell him I said that, guys. All right. Hopefully he doesn't look at the replay because I don't think he can hear us right now. Yeah, Keith, I seen that his Bruce Jennings did that video, and I watched that. It was a short video, so I popped that on here just a short time ago. Those bees were ready to rock and roll. They seemed really vibrant, and just ready to get after it, honestly. So that's why I asked Joey. I felt like they, seeing his video, I'm like, man, those bees look like they're just active and ready to go, almost like it was kind of almost the season,
Joey, you used to talk about blackberries. I've got a lot of blackberries around me, wild ones, but
Yeah.
I won't get much bloom out of them till dang near middle of June. It's
Yeah,
gonna
it'd be much different for us.
bloom to make some nectar and pollen enough.
Actually, we got some coming in around March. Now, I don't really see a lot of them around my place anymore. I mean, they're there, but I keep my field so cleaned up. Used to when I bush hog like twice a year, I'd get a lot of them.
We had some blackberry that was across the street from, across the gravel road, not far from where we have some bees out in our southern yard. And when I brush hogging the field out there, I left all that stuff. I left that, and I left the, oh, doggone it. It's elderberry. I left all that intact because those really colonize much like the blackberries do. So they'll start to spread out. I left all that alone too. They were kind of growing up along the edge of the tree line, basically. So they had a little cover there. Yeah, Highland honey, same. Obviously here. What part of Missouri are you from? Because I'm about 35 miles west, slightly down 44, basically. So slightly south, but more west out of St. Louis, 35 to 40 miles at the edge of St. Louis County and Franklin County, actually. We don't see a lot of witch hazel up here, but definitely red maple, willow, a little bit of that stuff too. So.
You talking about the elderberry? I actually had a little run-in with my local rural road commissioner, township road commissioner in charge of our township roads. He come along and I had a good crop of elderberry coming on this spring. Decided to mow the road ditches. I said, leave my road ditches alone. I don't want them mowed.
Well, that happens here mainly in the fall when all them pretty fall flowers start blooming in the ditches.
Do it again. Yeah, if you don't watch them off.
They to come through here and start bush hogging them down. It makes me so aggravated.
Yeah.
They could wait 2 weeks prior or 3 weeks later and get it done a lot easier.
Hey, go out there and drive some T-posts in around them guys.
Yeah.
JW, you do that, and that'll put a stop to them.
I'm not sure about that either.
You don't think so?
They took out about 3 of my neighbors' mailboxes out there at the farm with their snowplow.
Well, do this. If you're using a real mower or a flail mower or something like that, if you do that and then wrap a whole bunch of barbed wire up around it, as soon as that thing gets tangled up in there, he won't go back up in there again.
Yeah.
He'll be unwinding that for days.
I noticed this shirt. The green screen kind of makes that thing. Is it flickering on y'all too?
Oh, it is. I see it now.
Yeah.
That's funny. Was that a gray one?
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to tell. The light kind of has it washed out. It's
Yeah.
hard to tell.
I need to turn the light down a little bit because my glasses are blue again.
Hey, Lisa.
Yeah, Highland Honey. There's a couple other of us in here that are from Missouri. So Dodd House there, he just said he's in Edgar Springs. Trying to think if there's anybody else on here right now that's from Missouri. Matt with Sandy Valley. He is in Hillsboro, so he's a little closer to me. Off of my head, that's all I can think of right now who is actually in here. So there's a few of us from Illinois or Missouri. JW is not too terribly far from us. He's a few hours.
A long way from Missouri.
Closer to me, but we threw him at the other side of the state. He gets a little ornery now and again. So
There's another guy on there that I never didn't. First time I'd ever seen him was from Missouri too. Said he was from the Ozark Hills.
did he say his name?
I'm looking for it here and there.
Jonathan Bennett.
Is it Jonathan Bennett?
No,
He's
I know Jonathan.
yeah, he's south out of
Yeah.
oh yeah, there's Ben Schmidt. Ben Schmidt's in here, so there's another one in Missouri. Ben Schmidt's yeah, he's roughly about 20 miles west of where I'm at.
Is he in Union?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, so there's Ben's in here. How's it going tonight, Ben? Hey Ben, FYI, I still haven't been out to that Union Yard to check and see if that open air colony was still viable. I can't imagine after this cold snap and all that was there that there be anything left. But if there is, let me tell you something. I'm going to go dig them out of the tree and put them in a box. But it's pretty likely that I don't think they would have survived all this weather and such that we would have had.
If there's a true Hades, you're going to be in it. I keep telling you, for leaving them poor little bees out there, all that weather. You had plenty of time to get out there and get them.
Yeah. Hey, we've been busy. That's for sure.
That's all baloney. That's all baloney. I'm telling you. I'm still looking for that party. I don't think that was Smith. But that's what I'm doing. I'm looking at my computer here, trying to find out what the party's name was.
So is everybody recouped from the North American Honeybee Expo? Have they assessed all of their buys from everything that they purchased and kind of assessed that, going through everything? We actually still have not picked everything up. So ironically, Melissa overestimate. Hey, I'm on the live stream, not you. She's sitting there
watch out.
me, Joey. She's not within arm's distance, so I'm safe right now. I can get away, right?
I live in remote throwing distance.
Oh, so we actually had a friend of ours haul. We got a bunch of frames from Bill there at Shenandoah, the acorn ones that I really like. They're a little more expensive, but he had a good price on them, and I really like those. The bees really draw them out well. Frames are good quality, nice heavy top bars on them, and truthfully, I like that white foundation on there so I can see the nectar that the bees are putting away. But even another thing that's more important with Melissa and I using that automatic uncapper, I want to keep everything as exact as I possibly can. Sometimes automated machinery will have little hiccups when you start changing things up. And let's all be honest here, not every frame is built the same, nor does it have the same widths and everything. They're all close, but sometimes that varying thicknesses of that material can choke things up. So we stuck with that. So we have a couple hundred frames. two just bottling tanks. They're small bottling tanks, non-heated, that Lyson had for a really good deal. We got Melissa's wax melter. And then what else do we have? A bunch of glass from Miller Bee, some small stuff from John Hill, all of our Apigard treatments and all that. So a friend of ours took it back to his house, which is only about maybe 25 or so minutes from us in towards St. Louis. So we've had our plow trucks all completely loaded up with V boxes and stuff. So my trucks were been tied up. So I cleaned one of them off today since it's sunshiny, and we're pretty much wrapped up with all that. So we're going to go try to pick all of our stuff up tomorrow. So then we'll get everything.
Highland honey in central Missouri.
Yeah, sounds like you're Rollo.
Phil, I thought I understood you say they were bringing it to Nobby. That didn't happen?
Yeah, Phil, I think I didn't actually look through those boxes because I got a couple of smaller boxes with treatments. I got two of those valves to hook up to. Well, one's going to go on the creamer, one's going to go on another tank. So I didn't open all that stuff up. Did we?
The boxes got opened.
Well, we just kind of browsed through them when we first picked them up from Hilco just to make sure that we felt like everything was in there. But I didn't kind of unwrap everything, but it appeared everything was there. And we should have had two of those valves in there, actually. So if I have an extra one, maybe that's yours. Looking forward to setting all that stuff up, though, honestly. Oh, I gotcha. Yep. Phil, did you call John right away? Let him know? I'm sure in the hustle and bustle of everything, that many orders. He had 10 tractor trailer loads of material that went to the North American Honeybee Expo, which is, 10 doesn't sound like a lot, but I don't know how many pallets. One of you guys that's been in trucking for a long time can probably clue me in, but I don't know how many pallets that is. But I would guess you're probably somewhere about, what do you think, JW? 18 pallets a truck, roughly?
At least.
Maybe
I
20.
only had one semi-load of carts. I don't know where he goes from year to year. He got had a bunch of carts down there.
I like the newer carts that he had this year, the plastic ones. I mean, the other ones were really nice, the wooden ones that he had, but the plastic ones seemed like they worked a little better. I don't know if anybody noticed that. That was really a godsend that he did that last year. Great for marketing, and honestly, it was very helpful too, Not every company there had carts and things of that nature. Melissa and I had 3 carts filled with stuff actually that had to be loaded out. So that was pretty helpful.
Randy had a watch on it for us for a while.
Yeah, Mr. Tar Heel Randy. I haven't seen. Is he in here?
Yeah.
Is he? Oh, there he is. Yeah. Hey, Randy, listen, I just want to say thank you very much for taking care of us. We hauled those carts to the back while I was trying to figure out logistics and everything because Melissa wasn't helping me. She was just JW, she was doing all this lip service and politicking the whole time. And I'm trying to do the workhorse type stuff, and get all that done. And then I had Randy was in the back and left him back there. He says, I'll watch him for you. No big deal. So
see, Jeremy says 22 to 24 pallets to truck.
Oh, okay. Yep. Jeremy would know. He unloaded them all. So, I mean, hey, that's
another thing he did on those older carts. He took some of the swivels off and put rigid casters on there, wheels.
That was
last year. They were all casters.
Yeah.
That old cart get away from you out in that parking lot.
Yeah.
Try to pass you up.
Yeah, Highland Honey. We drive down through there. I mean, not all the time, but I'd say, I don't know, 8-10 times a year going down to Kimberly City where my sister has her lake house at. So we're always heading down that way. And you guys are only probably about an hour, maybe an hour and 15 down to Rolla from where I'm at. So not that far away. I know, I'm pretty sure Dot House is a lot closer to you than what I am. Semis can hold 30 if it's turned sideways. Okay, gotcha. Well, so let's just say if he had 24 pallets and 10 trucks, that's 240. And if he had 30 on each one, that's 300 pallets of material and stacked all the way up. Man, that's a lot of stuff. I don't know how many, Jeremy in here might actually know the answer to this, but I don't know how many employees that John had there, but I bet you he was top side of 20, 25 employees that he had, because there were several guys in the back doing just pre-orders. And then he had several people on the floor doing sales, as well as at least at any given time, 3 to 4 people behind the checkout counter, basically. So he had a staff there that was pretty massive. I can only imagine some of you guys have been hit hard like that, throughout the whole thing. Steve Amos was in the back working his tail off, along with Randy Tarheel, Jeremy Lindsay. Man, I know there's some of you guys back there. I don't know half of them back there, but I can't believe you guys aren't. And I said this last night on Cayman's Live. I can't believe you guys aren't in the Caribbean right now doing a whole, week-long vacation or something, because good Lord, you guys really got after it hard. Long days. Yeah, that's a lot. 26 employees. Okay. Yep. That makes sense.
And a lot of them were employed just for the Nobby too.
Yeah.
Some of them were family full-time beekeepers.
I didn't speak.
Talking to some of those girls that were working there.
Yep. Yeah, I didn't get to talk to
their dad actually had I think they were, I can't remember if it was North Carolina or South Carolina. And they go all over the country with their bees.
So, Joey, do you remember there was a younger gal? I don't know how old she was. I'm just going to say probably about the age of my boys, maybe 18 or something, just guessing. She was she had real dark hair, looked like she might have been, I don't know, Spanish or something like that, with her real dark hair. So Melissa and I were standing there talking to Jennifer. I can't remember Jennifer's last name. Joey, you probably remember. She's kind of the person that handles some of the right-hand man work for John there. But anyway, talking with her for a little while, and that girl was standing over there next to us, and I can't remember who said it. I think it's when Mr. Ed was standing there too. I can't recall. And somebody said, "Oh, I thought that was your daughter." And I'm like, "It's like, looks just like your wife." And I'm like, "No, I'm like, mine's a couple years older than her, and actually looks more like me. She has less of the darker hair, and she's still sassy like her mama." So I don't know.
There were 2 or 3 of them girls there she was the younger of 2 or 3 sisters that were there.
Steve Amos says Robertson's. Carla Robertson, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. So Steve, I think that, I'm guessing, correct me if I'm wrong, was that her mother that was there with her? Because there was another dark-haired gal that looked like could be her mom. That was there at the same time. Just guessing. I seen her later, actually.
Well, I know she had an older sister there.
Oh, maybe it was her older sister then. Yeah, I could be mistaken.
They were telling us about how they grew up in the business and everything. And we had kind of talked about one of the guys we knew that was in commercial and still works with the company that bought them out, stuff like that. She said, "I'd hate to see that happen to us."
Yeah. Yeah, I actually asked my boys too. I said, if they wanted to go, I said, "I'll buy you guys tickets if they wanted to go." And they're like, "Nah, we'll be bored." And I'm like, "I don't know." I'm like, "You guys can walk around and meet plenty of people." Beekeeping is not really their thing, and I get it. They're 18. They don't really want to mess with that too much. But I'm like, there's plenty of younger people there. You guys could, hang out and do whatever. So I'm like, y'all don't have to hang out with us.
They're from Asheville.
That gun line, they got the snapper season. Go down there. I think you can only catch 2, and it's only 2 weeks now. That snapper.
Huh.
Ain't hardly worth your trip down there. I don't like them anyway.
Oh, I do. I love snapper. Let's go.
You would. Too fishy for me. You know what good fish is.
I don't know. I like them. I think they taste pretty good. I'd rather probably have like triple tail or something, but I don't know. I always thought snapper tasted pretty good. I mean, you're the fisherman. You'd know better than I.
Scamp,
Ooh, I bet it did.
deep water grouper, scamp. What you want?
So that grouper has less of that flaky fish and more of a meaty texture, almost like you would maybe not quite as robust as like a tuna, but something kind of a little bit more like a steak.
They didn't put it in writing now.
That's Melissa, by the way. No
Yeah.
Life 2026. Start saving now. Well, where are we going then?
I don't know.
She said she doesn't
See,
know.
my wife would jump on that one.
Oh man, we've never actually been on a cruise before. There's a few things about it that make me a little nervous. First of all, I don't like being on well, I shouldn't say that, but I mean, it'd be a big boat. I get it, but I don't want to be trapped on a boat for a long time. How about that?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Well, you're not on most of those cruises. I hate cruises, but as far as being on there, you're not very seldom on there for over at the most 24 hours. They're just island hopping down through there most of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I like to change my scenery quite a bit, so being stuck in the same place wouldn't do well with me. Usually
Worst thing being stuck on a cruise ship is not getting back in time before it leaves you.
Hey, Joey, that depends on where you be going and if you want to come back or not, all right? And how much money you had in your pocket.
Yeah. I think if I go, I'm going to take my oldest son with me because they go pretty regular. They know where not to go and where you can go.
Yeah. We talked a little bit about it before. We said if we go, Melissa said, well, what if we did like a short one? I'm like, all right. I'm like, I would agree to that. I'm like, I'll do that. But yeah, I'll be looking forward to some warmer weather after this cold snap. It feels like, a couple weeks now. It feels like it's been cold for a while, even though it hasn't been that long. Yeah, see, Highland honey, how crazy is that, right? Just the atmosphere, the sense of camaraderie in that place. And many people said it this year, and I'm not trying to echo chamber anybody, but it does feel like that the whole atmosphere felt a little bit more less chaotic, maybe, and just a little bit more relaxed. So I don't know if that was familiarity with people and familiarity with the place too, if that was what caused that or what, but it was a good time. And I'm glad your husband enjoyed himself.
Say something about how we talked about taking one of the woods next year to collect all our stuff we ordered.
Oh, so hey, Melissa said for me to talk about. So one thing I had said to Melissa and this year, I'm like, the one thing I didn't enjoy, I'm like, if I'm thinking about it, is I didn't like having to go around and collect all the stuff that we had purchased. And most of the stuff was fairly boring, stuff, frames, treatments, a few bottling valves and, nonsense like that. And I'm like, I really didn't like it because I felt like it tied up a lot of time doing that because you have to walk back and forth and find the vendors and try to get it out to the vehicle and logistics of getting things around, even though those guys in the back did a great job, by the way. Just a lot going on, and I felt like it took up a lot of time. So I told Melissa, I'm like, I think next year I'll see, maybe what I'll do is I'll bring one of my boys along and, of course we got to feed them and get their tickets and the whole 9 yards, but I'll pay him.
They do have to be driveways too.
Hey, you told me to talk about it. Zip your lip. Zip it. You're not on, zip it. Paying them to come collect all my stuff and pack it in the car for me, that I don't have to do all that. That actually might be a good idea.
Oh,
You see what Lee says? He says black eye.
Brian, that's what my wife's been wanting to do, the Alaskan cruise. So that means we would have to fly all the way up to Washington or Oregon. I don't know where it leads.
No, you don't have to, Joy. You go down there to Gulf Shores.
Yeah, and that'd be a long cruise.
Go through the Panama Canal and come back up the West Coast and catch it up in Seattle. That's no problem. You don't have to fly clear up there. You better plan on about a year and a half, though.
Yeah. What you got, Philip? What you doing?
Oh, well, I'm going to show you how I do. how I do these, and kind of when I can't just go out and buy them, I take all my deeps have the ability to put a divider in the middle, so I can do 2 5-frame nukes side by side. So I need an inner cover that has a divider in the middle of it too. So that's what this is, the outside and top and bottom, and then I have this piece that'll go down the middle. This piece here will get will be cut like that, so it'll be able to notch, you know, sort of like a mortise and tenon almost. Like that.
Hey, Phil,
Hey, JW.
did you pay for that chloroform down there, or did you steal that poor lady's sign? I want to know.
She's looking for it.
I waited till after the election was over. How's that?
He
Yeah,
helped clean up.
I'm gonna use that for my panels, because that darn that Luann plywood's gotten so expensive. Plus, it delaminates if it gets a little bit moist. So yeah, I'm gonna try this out. Use that for the panel.
Hey, Philip, you want to know what's worse about you? The worst part about you taking that political sign is, first of all, Cynthia was actually going for the Court of Appeals, and I'm pretty sure that if you get charged, you're not getting an appeal, bud. Like, you took my sign, there's no appeal going to happen here.
That's going to get entered as evidence.
That's right. Yep, you got it.
What battery do I have left? Yeah, I'm down to 6%. I'm gonna go inside and get on the computer.
All right.
Yeah, John said the same thing. So couldn't agree more. Spend most of my days collecting purchases. That's not as much fun, is it, John? I mean, good Lord, you want to go out there and hang out with folks, or maybe you decided to meander or kind of stumble your way into a classroom or something, and then you have to go collect all this stuff. That's not as much fun, And it feels like it takes a long time if you have to go to several different places, even if you're picking up some small stuff, So.
What's the deal there, Matt? Unless you got you barred out of the house?
Yeah, she's got me doing some assorting. I had a little bit too big of a mess after bee season. So some of these cold, snowy days, I didn't, had nothing else better to do. I was snowed in, so did a little house cleaning. I couldn't afford the green screen, so I had to come up with the next best thing.
It works.
Yep. So I just wanted to pop in. You guys were talking about fishing, and I know Tom needed to rescue you from talking, so I just wanted to see if there was. No, yeah, I had such a blast. I just wanted to pop in. You guys were, it was amazing meeting everyone at the No Life dinner, and man, it just in a lot of like a dream come true. Like a family reunion with the type of family you actually wanted to have a reunion with. And see. It was really cool meeting everybody for sure.
I think your wife enjoyed it as much as you did.
I think she did. Yep, there's no doubt about it. She's hooked. I tell you what, she's come a long way.
And she's not even the beekeeper, right?
No, not yet. She actually technically has a suit, but she's definitely piqued interest, So she loves to entertain my talking about it, and like describing, and she's picked up a lot of nuances, and just from hearing me talk about whatever I had to do that day, being the bigger support, just the biggest support part of the whole thing has been just invaluable for me. So in doing so, she picked up a lot of that jargon, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm.
Never.
Matt, somebody's asking how many pro nukes is that?
100 total. I don't know how many stacked behind. It's not all of them. That's a good majority. I can tell you this, that it's floor to ceiling there, and I thought I was doing something real organized. By the colors are mismatched because I lifted it up over my head. About 50 lids went over my head. There was no way to catch it. Anyway, my son came out like, "Dad, you okay?" Like, oh, if you would have seen it, you'd be laughing. But yeah, I'm fine, son. Yeah.
At least they're not heavy.
A little too much too quick, But yeah, I'm looking. I'm just getting ramped up for spring. Cold weather's got cabin fever, and You know, I gave away all my fondant, so I'm making fondant batches because you know, all that surplus here. We're getting. I think Tom and JW seen the weather here, but we have at least a 40-degree day in the next week. I want to say that might be a good day to get in for us, at least, or me to pop the tops and at least check the fondant level on the feeder shim. I'm not in them, but about seconds maybe.
Yeah, I need to take that.
Keith there said political signs are great for beekeepers. I agree.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I put a little ad up earlier this year after that whole voting season and all that, and I would just go on. I didn't take as many down as I got from just asking around. You know, some of those people would have the big 6 foot by 8 foot. You know, you'd cut, I don't know, 10 chloroplast screen, for the screen covers or screen dinners.
Mm-hmm.
A boy I go to church with, sister had ran for an office. And when it was over, I asked him, I said, are y'all going to keep those signs or throw them away? He said, we're going to throw them away. I said,
Yeah.
so it's okay if I pick all of them up that's near my house, huh?
Right.
He said, yeah. He said, I got some in the car. You want them? He opened his trunk and he couldn't get another one in there.
Yeah.
But I had to take the sign and the metal that it goes on.
Yeah.
That was part of the deal.
People I got them from thought it was the best idea ever for political, you know, use, not to throw it away, but actually help bees and try to keep them warm in the winter, or at least keep the draft off of them at least.
Hey, Jeremy, so the cheapest place that I found them anyway there at Nobby was actually at John's booth at $12.99, which is a pretty good deal. But depending on how many you're wanting to get, message me and I can, there's another option that's a little bit, you can go straight to the source, honestly, depending on how many that you need, and get them for even a better deal than that too. So again, depends on how many as you actually need, but reach out to me and I'll clue you in. Hey, I actually might consider this, Randy. If you really wanted to take care of that, I would consider it, man. Really, you know, last year we had a lot of stuff that we had purchased. This year, there was a little bit less that we had done, and it was a little bit more boring stuff that we would, you know, actually need, consumables and things like that. But I was trying to, you know, budget and pre-buy everything that we needed pretty much for the entire season. So I really don't have to, you know, spend now, and I won't really have to go back later on and buy any additional stuff. And especially, you know, a place like that, depending on what you're trying to get and such.
Glass.
You'll actually save a lot of money. Glass was one of them. Heavy items like wax dipping wax. We bought a couple boxes from Jed Thorne there at Thorne Manufacturing. And even though you saved a little bit on the wax, the biggest save was actually not having to pay shipping on it. Miller Bee Supply had a great deal on glass too. We bought several boxes of glass from them. Same thing. You saved a little bit, but you really saved a lot in the shipping cost right there. So that was worth it. So us just saving a lot of money just on shipping alone really makes it worth the trip if that's your goal, if you're looking to bulk buy. So my goal was to buy everything that I needed as far as my glass, consumables, and things like that for the year now. And I won't have to buy hardly anything at all throughout the season unless something goes above and beyond what I expect it to. So this is Matt's wife right there. She's the honey dealer.
He's the honey dealer. Belongs to Chamber of Commerce around town, you know, and she's always taking a honey bag with her, a little honey purse, you know. So she's definitely a little hustler.
Oh yeah, she's all about
the honey dealer, and you're the honey doer, aren't you, Matt?
Get that right. She's the honey putter upper, you know. Yeah, everyone needs a good support staff. Just with going to that conference, you know, and seeing like the kind of behind the scenes, like Peter's wife and Mike Berry's wife, and you know, I mean, sure, all the different wives weren't even there, but the ones you did see were extremely supportive, and you know, behind every man, there's an even better woman. So,
yeah. Yeah, DC, I had asked John about those top feeders because those look strikingly similar to the Saracel ones, which honestly for a hive top feeder, if you're looking to bulk feeds a colony, that's a good way to do it. I really like the Cerasil ones. They're out of New Zealand. They're really expensive though, but they work really well, and they're really built of a thick, high quality plastic. And John had some that resembled those, which was really nice. And I asked him, I'm like, hey, you have those for 8 frame? He goes, nope, and he doesn't want to do any frame stuff. But
That's don't have the corner.
oh yeah, they're actually slightly different. They don't have the corner one. So, but I mean, I think the price was right on them though.
The Tom or JW Philip, do any of you guys have experience with the mother load frame feeders?
Oh yeah, I have a bunch of them actually. I really like them.
No,
So,
the Man Lake. I've been running division board feeders this last year, and we didn't really have a whole lot of hive beetle problems. I went away from any inner covers just because I would see, popping the top, thinking that that's what you had to have is the telescoping top and inner cover, and the inner cover really just came around, from my understanding, really just keep the lid from being popularized so bad, so you could get the telescoping cover off easier.
Yeah.
With that inner cover part of the situation, I would see them, that little glue on insert, I would see a hive beetle like duck up under that potato or that little kerf, for that on piece that fits in there. And I just wanted to eliminate any hiding places. So that's when I went to all migratory tops. But I would also notice if I would fill up the division board feeder and almost overfill it just a touch, I would see hive beetles coming out of there. They're going in there to hide. The bees can't defend the fish.
Yeah.
So I felt like that was almost, I was breeding hive beetles, and it never got out of control. But I know that, that's not, I want to get away from that next year. So that's either going to mean bucket feeding. But then I'm putting a hole in all my migratory tops, so it's like, I feel like pros and cons to every. I don't have HDO plywood. I wish I had, Bob Benny budget, and all that kind of stuff as far as the highest quality. But it is, it's done the best way I can, for right now at least. So for my purposes, I'm just maybe trying to switch over to the mother load if that was more open for bees to defend it a little bit better. But
on the ones you're using, Matt, the feeders you're using, are they full open and you throw like sticks down there or straw or something?
No, the ones I have are all the Man Lake. They're in the Captain Ladder.
Okay. So Nick is actually going to be at the Eastern Missouri Beekeepers Association workshop here in 3 weeks, and he has a new style that I kind of have grown to like a little bit better. That are kind of a cap and ladder, but they're inserts. So the old cap and ladders on the outside would go in at an angle, which work really well. And I have a whole bunch of those. I probably have 50 or 60 of them. But then he came up with some new ones that he let me try out that he had last year that have the long, I don't want to say plug, but it's a long strainer that spits down inside there. So you can pull them out, shake them out, and you've got bees in there and pop them back in. And they're not on the outside edges. They come in about maybe 20% of the way on each side. So Nick will be at ours. You'll be able to see him, check him out, and talk to him about it then whenever you're coming to the thing. So definitely ask him about it, because I think his are actually built of pretty good quality. I think they'll last a lifetime,
That's what I've heard, and it's the Man Lake ones are, the little rubber band gets off of it, or it gets a little bit of a gap and the bees will access that syrup. And then you have, until you take it out and clean it, you have 100 dead bees in there. You wouldn't even know it unless you checked it, type thing.
Well, and those rubber bands break, get old and stuff too.
Even that cap and ladder, I'll plug it, but I'll put some sort of bailout mechanism, for anything like that. And I feel like if the bees get drowned, it's probably not the youngest bees. Something may be wrong with it anyway. But I don't know. It's just one of those things I just want to try to prevent. Just thinking about any improvements, to make, even small, making big steps, doing small stuff. Just even the way we're feeding and that cap and ladder, I didn't know if anyone else noticed that, but I did definitely see it on more than one occasion,
Yeah.
No hive giveaways tonight. Not when Paul's here.
Hey, Paul, what would you say if he gave away like 10 of the small shelving units for your vendor tables? What do you think about that? He can give like 10 of them tonight.
We could probably do a coaster for Paul.
Right, Brian.
You want to start there?
Well, Clay
Yeah.
would probably win it anyway. Clay's been winning everything lately.
Yeah, Clay Bunner.
Yeah, he said he never wins anything. Lately, he's been winning everything.
Yeah, Clay said before he never wins anything, but I know there's several things that he won over the last weekend. I'm losing my days here, you know. Last weekend he actually did pretty good. It was actually really nice to meet you too, Clay. Pleasure to talk to you several times, honestly.
Hey, Matt, can you take that plastic piece off the top of those feeders?
The Man Lake ones? No.
Yeah.
No. Oh yeah, you could take the wood right out. Yeah.
That's wood. That's right.
There's 3
'Cause
bands on.
Yeah.
I have the. I think I got mine from Data. Mine's just open on the top.
Yeah, I got it. Hang on, grab them.
That's me. When I use those, I just got screen in there where they can climb around on that screen.
What I do, I have 1/8-inch hardware cloth folded over and stuck down on the edge of it so they can get out of there.
That's what I do. And another guy that I took mine and showed how I feed when I do feed, and he takes a piece of screen instead of doubling it like I do and pushes it down in there. He takes one piece and just kind of does it like a
Accordion
wheat
kind of?
box or what? Yeah, and just does it that way where the bees can get out.
I just take mine and fold it just a little at the top and hang it down over the edge, like a hook, like that. But I hadn't. Of course, I don't use them very much. I use them more in nukes and stuff, or
See what
swans. I'm trying to get
you got,
started.
Matt?
It's
Yeah,
amazing.
that's what I have. The 1 gallon one.
Yeah. And that'll take up 2 frame spaces there.
Too much.
You know, the Enel version is just 1, so you can actually fit in a 10 frame box. You can get 9 frames in with this comfortably.
The biggest problem I found with mine is in the middle it wants to bow out, and so they won't draw that side of the frame that's next to it.
Yeah.
But I saw a guy he was sort of tips and tricks that he uses. He takes a piece of like number 12 electrical wire, and he just drills a little hole at the top and makes a little loop at each end of it, and it keeps that from spreading out at the middle. That was a neat little idea. I may do that with mine. Just put a little wire in there that holds it.
Yeah, I was thinking because those straps, I don't think necessarily the bees. I don't think the bees chew those bands as much as just probably temperature, probably sugar drying on it, you know, and a Hive tool every now and then probably nicks it, and the next thing you know, it's snapped off, and then you're missing a band. Yeah, it's one of those things, you know. I only feed when I need to, anyway, but there is times where internal feeders are definitely in there, and I feel especially that light switch when Hive beetles just all of a sudden appear, you know, it's sometime in July. It's like we don't deal with them at all, and then all of a sudden you'll just start seeing a couple in a hive. It's like we're thinking, I don't know, but they just show up. Kind of like yellow jackets. Like one day they're just there.
If you
Who's the guy from University?
if you don't use an inner cover,
Yeah.
can the bees get in those, or is there not enough clearance between?
Under my migratory tops, I have a 3/8.
Gotcha. I'm not sure how they would work if you use like Reflectex or something like that. Seems like it might block them.
Well, I do actually to go back where I did Reflectex inner cover. I just did away with the wooden inner cover notch.
Did anybody listen to Lewis Bartlett's presentation that he had given at Nobby? Because I heard some chatter afterwards, and it had to do with the small hive beetle. And somebody had said something about they're doing a lot of research on how to control the hive beetle for the people that actually have problems. Of course, I don't know if there was some type of pesticide they're coming up with or whatever it might be to help control them, things like that. But apparently he was talking about that in his presentation. So didn't know if anybody heard about it.
Yeah, that's our best defense is strong.
Fish.
$18 piece if you buy it in Kentucky.
Whose is that?
Oh,
Bruce's Bees.
Yep. Bruce's Bees, Dotham.
That's like a 2-pound bottle, isn't it?
It is.
Man, he must like you.
He must. He must want to be my friend. That's a good way to do it too. It's a good way to be
That's
my
right.
friend.
He wants one of those shelves.
Yeah, he wants one of those shells, I heard.
He may not even know about those shells at that point.
Yeah, true. You know, that was actually the first time I've met Bruce, Jenny, at this. I've seen him before at every single other one, but you know, when those guys are busy and stuff, I don't ever stop them and talk to them, you know. But for whatever reason, somebody had said to us that, "Hey, Bruce is looking for you," and I'm like, "Bruce who?" Said
Yeah,
Bruce
that was
Jenny.
me.
I'm like,
That was
I'm
me
like,
that told you that.
oh yeah, okay. And I'm like, Bruce who? And you're like, Bruce Jenny. And I'm like, how does Bruce even know who I am?
I
So
don't know.
He said he was looking for someone. The only one person down there, he was wanting someone that could out talk Greg Burns. I said, I know the perfect guy.
They're gonna make you guys have a talk off.
hey, listen, you say that, but Greg Burns can out talk me probably two to one. Maybe 3 to 1, JW, maybe 3 to 1.
I don't know. Hey, Tom W, the girl we or the lady, let's say, in the lobby that night of the hotel, she was
Jen.
talking. She may have
Yeah,
'cause she intended Greg and Tom right there. You know,
hey, she really liked JW, boy. When I told her, I said, hey, you want to see somebody who's a big deal? And I pointed to him. I said, he's the guy right there. I'm like, he's Mr. Big Time. And she's like, oh, he is, huh? And she latched on to him, and she couldn't get enough of you. But you know what? We really enjoyed her and her husband and all them that night. She was just a hoot. And honestly, she offered some really good entertainment for us. But furthermore, I can't believe that girl was so chipper the next morning, if you know what I'm talking about. I was floored.
We all hedged some bets the night before, and like if she beats us to breakfast in the morning, it's going to be a feat. There she was. I mean, you'd never known. You'd never.
Well, every morning that I went down there, Melissa was still usually getting ready. I'm like, well, I didn't want to wait in the room, so I'm like, I'm going to go down there and get something to drink and just relax down there. And her husband was down there every time. Now she wasn't. Now after I got down there that one day, she came down right away, and I'm like, holy cow. And I'm like, you're down here already? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, good for you.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you look chipper too, so
that takes practice.
That's right. Mr. Mike.
Hey, Big Mike.
Good evening, everyone.
How's the Northeast, my friend?
Well, the dusting to an inch, spent my day plowing.
That's an inch?
No, that's what they called for.
Oh.
I wasn't planning on plowing today.
Yeah.
I just got home. We got 4.
Okay. Well, JW and I got roughly on this last storm, Thursday night and Friday, we had, it's about 3.5 where I'm at.
You're going to reach your quota before February.
What's that?
You're going to reach your quota for the year before February.
You are not wrong, my friend. I'll tell you what, depending on where you're at in Missouri, give or take 30 miles, that first storm we had coming home after that, it rained from anywhere from 7 up to almost 13 inches. One of my properties was in that 13-inch mark. And then this last Thursday night into Friday, there was anywhere from about 2 to about 4. And we kind of fell in that about 3 mark, maybe 3.5. So, yeah, we've pushed more snow in the last week than we will in probably 3/4 of a season. I mean, at this point, I think
18 inches is the average.
Our average is 18 to 20 inches. And
yeah,
right
that's
now,
what you were telling me.
Yeah, we're probably pushing somewhere in that neighborhood, depending on where you're at in St. Louis, of 12 to 15. So, I mean, we're not far off.
I'm hoping our spring bloom is going to be, everything's got plenty of moisture going into it, and we don't have a huge hailstorm like we did this past year. We might have a locust bloom this year.
Yeah. I'll take a couple more snowstorms. Nothing crazy like what we had, but as much as I don't like pushing that stuff, I'll take a couple more storms so we can build up some more moisture content in the soil. And, then hopefully by the time we get past February, let's move on. I don't want to deal with this stuff anymore. I'm going to put the snow equipment up, pack it away, clean it up for the season, and let's get back to green grass and flowers,
Yeah.
It's
We need to get back We need to get back to this global warming.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. Amen to that.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't see this. This bye-bye Beetle.
I didn't see it either. That's
I
interesting.
I walked by it, but I didn't wait to look at it.
They were in the front of the conference. When you walked into all those doors, you go to the right, and they were one of the first tables on the right hand side. They has like a caulking gun tube. I seen it, but I didn't know enough about it to, I hate buying stuff without understanding the product or whatever it might be, just on a whim. So I wasn't really interested in it.
It was a $25 a tube.
Was it?
Yep.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
I don't know if my Hive Beetle problem is enough to warrant doing anything that requires a big act or not. What about you, Matt? Do you feel like you need to really combat them hard or not really?
Luckily, no. I mean, if I fed pollen, if I fed pollen sub, like in, especially the only time I feed a pollen sub is just February 14th, usually, right around Valentine's Day. And it's really just like a half a pound or maybe a pound at most. And if it's not gone in a week, I take it off just because, if we leave pollen patties on, especially in like mating nukes or something smaller, that's especially queenless. That's just like waving a big old flag for a hive beetle that's flying in from 8 or 9 miles away, and just like a magnet to it. So I've only lost a couple, maybe 3 or 4 hives in the last couple of years, but it's always been a smaller, either a swarm I caught or like a queenless nuke that I was trying to get mated, and then didn't check it for a couple weeks. They just didn't have defense, to keep it up. But the heavy population is easily keeps them at bay. You'll still see 1 or 2, but you don't see 10 or 20.
Keeping those colonies reduced down to a box that they can defend is key too for us. And if I stay on top of that, I don't ever feel like I have a problem. I feel like there's pressure from them, but I wouldn't call it a problem. But I'll monitor some of those, like you were talking about, closely, that seem like they have a lot of pressure. I may do a couple things to kind of combat it a little bit, but I try not to mess with them too much, because I feel like every time you break open that colony and start making big disruptions, you even cause more stress, which probably inadvertently makes it worse.
Yeah.
So
they work hard to corral those, in their little propolis traps or wherever they're trying to put them, in the upper corners or up on the top bars. And I've noticed with the Reflectix, you almost feel like at first that you're seeing some hive beetle or more hive beetle because of that Reflectix center cover, but there's also nowhere else for them to hide. They can't hide anywhere in that Reflectix, so they go up, and then they're basically bees pin them up there. So if I see one on those top bars, I don't freak out because the bees have put them there. I'll just try to, real quickly get the Joey Rawls. And
but are you fast enough to get them? Because I open it up and they just dive down in the frames.
I'm prepared. I'm prepared for it. So I come to the fight with my knife out. If that makes sense. I'm ready in the event that they are there, or there's like a little, penny-sized amount with 10 of them all touching together. I'll be right there, and try to get if I have to. But that's really, we don't have to worry about it that bad. If I were to see that many of them in there, I would be putting something like a Swiffer sheet in there. To
answer your question, I do see a lot more of them when I use that Reflectix.
Yeah, and I think it's keeping them where the bees can actually corral them to a spot. I feel like there's just less places, in my experience, with an inner cover. I feel like they can go above the feeder hole.
I like for them to go up through the feeder hole on the inner cover, because when I open that top, they don't have anywhere to run. I can just start squishing hive beetles
Reflectix
right away.
His inner cover too. That's why he put using inner covers, one of the reasons.
Yeah, Matt, we've screened the holes in our inner covers, and when they screen them, they propolize them all the way up, so then they never go on the top side of the cover. They're always. And there's usually more room down there that they will do that. But when I use the Reflectix on top of my nukes with the migratory lids, because all my nukes have the migratory lid with the Reflectix on it, they will propolize just that little gap up there all the way down each side of the frame. And you'll see hive beetles up there when you're popping them. So when you pop them, like you said, if you know that the pressures have been a little bit more, I'll do the same thing. As soon as I pull that back, or I'll pull part of it back, I'll take my hive tool and I'll start to smash them and drag them. You can knock down, maybe 15 or 20 of them. And then I'll go to the other end and I'll pull it back, because I feel like they're always on either end. They're not like in the middle of the frames, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
They're always toward the end. So, I can knock some of them down that way. But I mean, I try not to mess with them a whole lot when that's on it, especially if I know that there's really nothing that I need to do inside the colony. I'll just kind of let them ride a little bit. So
Why do you care if they get above the inner cover?
say that again.
Why do you care if they get above the inner cover?
Just don't want to see them.
Is it?
Oh, so I'm saying, are you talking to me or Matt?
You said you screen the hole to keep the hive beetles from coming up.
No. I'm sorry. That's not the reason that I do it.
Oh.
I'm just saying that's like a cause and effect. So I always put screen on my inner covers. And I do that for a reason. So on the inner covers that I have, so you know how most of the inner covers will have a notch on one side. So the bees can get in and out. So if you don't slide the lid on a telescoping forward or backwards, even if you screen the fronts to move colonies, the bees can get in and out. So I would screen my inner cover, and then I can flip my inner cover back and forth, allowing them to use that little entrance at the top or not. And then just inadvertently, they always propolize it, usually 100%. And I never bother to try to take it out. I just leave it screened. So if I go to move them, or I don't want to give them that upper entrance or whatever, I just flip it over, scrape it down, put it down, and that way they can't get out. So if I have to move colonies, which we do fairly often to different yards or start new ones, I can just screen the entrance, pick them up in the early morning and move them out. So
it also helps with the top feeders, the hive top.
Yeah. It also helps with the hive. I like to use the hive top feeders, like a Saracel or even the Man Lake ones, which aren't as nice, but they're cheaper. That way less robber bees can get in through that area. So when I screen it and put that on, then I don't have to worry about any robber bees getting in the top of it. So that was really my main reason for doing it.
Okay.
On the Man Lake, are you talking the top feeder from Man Lake?
That's right.
This year, I got my Saracels cheaper than I could them.
Really?
I just buy the straight Saracel and build my own wooden box.
Yeah, same here. I don't usually buy a box.
Yeah, they were about $3 more for the Man Lake feeders. I went to Pearco and bought 10 at a time.
Yeah. So the last ones that I bought last year.
It wasn't 2024. It was 2023.
So the last ones I bought were in 23, and I bought 50 or 60 of them, and I just bought the inserts. The problem I had with some of those were when I looked in the corners down the bottom where the screen slides into, their mold had that plastic in there really thin. And I brought it up to the lady, Jane, who's our local supplier, and I showed her, and I had to return about 25% of them, if not more than that, because the plastic was really thin. And it took me a while. And I said, I don't want my money back. I just want new ones, but something's wrong with their mold. So it was probably about, I don't know, a month and a half before they ever even sent me new ones out. They had to do something with the mold, I think, to get it to where that little, it's where the screen wraps around and goes down that little bitty trough in the bottom,
Yeah.
like a little rounded area that goes along the seam down there. And that's where it was really thin in the corners as it rounded up. It was really thin there. I know some of them were cracking. So first what I had done is taken some silicone and I smeared it in those areas to build it up a little bit. And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, why am I doing this? I need to return them. These are faulty. They're bad. So I pulled a bunch of them out of my stock and I sent them back. And it took a while to get them back, but apparently they did something different with the mold and they sent it back to me and they seemed fine. So some of those newer ones I never even put back into boxes yet. So I don't know. I'm less of a fan of them, honestly, than Saracels, but I was still getting them cheaper when I was buying them like that. So I would have rather had the Saracel. It just really costly. That's all.
They were about $3 a piece cheaper this year. I was just buying 10. I don't know what Man Lake's break is once you go over 50.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't recall what I paid for them. So, I mean, if you ask me, I can't remember. I have to go back and look at my receipts to recall what that was. But, you know, I don't mind bulk feeding like that. You know, because you can get, depending on if it's an 8 frame or 10 frame, you can get 2.5, 3 gallons into a colony really fast with those things. I understand commercial guys may not like them because they're more costly than a frame or division board feeder. I like them because I can feed sometimes without even putting any protection on. I just run the hose with the pump and the tank behind them, pop the tops off, and feed as I go along. Whereas if you have a division board, you got to get into the colony and disrupt them a little bit more. And, you know, I'm not a commercial guy, so that's what I've chosen to use, and they work fine for me.
Yeah, we primarily use division board feeder just because it's more of a stimulative trickle, you know, type feed throughout a good majority of the year. I will put the top feeders on if I need to feel like I want to try to plug them out or have them gain significant weight.
Yeah.
Fight.
Yeah, that's the key too, Matt. Like you just said, that's important. If you're wanting to bulk feed, those top feeders do a really good job.
Yeah, they'll put
you're
on quick, you know, because they're gluttons, you know, they'll just keep on going. If
I think the bucket feeders probably work well for that too. And I've heard Bob Benny talk about that a little bit. I've only used them a couple of times, so I don't have great experience with them. But, you know, he says they can change out the tent plugs in those and to just where they're barely feeding, you know, just to keep the stimulation going. But if they really need to bulk them up, then they can use a division board feeder and a bucket feeder at the same time to really bulk them up. So I don't feed my bees unless they need it. So I don't want to feed. I do it for a specific reason to put weight on them or stimulate them back.
Sure. Yeah. And it's real similar to pollen, you know, at least with us, you know, we're not, you see some of these guys going around their wheelbarrows and shovel, you know, and like, you know, plopping a big old spadeful on top of a colony. Like, if I did that, I mean, there's no way my bees wouldn't eat it. They'd have columns coming in anyway. But that just sounds like a recipe to disaster in my area. There's no way I would.
That's right. Yeah, in our area, you're absolutely right. That would be a recipe for disaster.
Video, and I'm sure the bees eat it up. You know, you're gonna make these splits off of them, but there's no way I would even think about attempting that.
Yeah.
Looky there, folks. Clay Bunner's selling shine. I'll be right out, Clay.
I think they're talking about this right here.
Oh.
My good buddy of mine from North Carolina, North Carolina's finest. He wanted to give me a sample. I said, "That's a sample." He said, "That's what we call a sample in North Carolina." So
That's
hoping you'll buy the 5-gallon pail.
I probably will. I'm starting to get hooked on it. It's good stuff, but I couldn't drink it straight, so I just put a big spoonful of honey in it and stir it around. Oh my gosh, that's so good.
Oh man!
But yeah, I put a little Bruce's Bees honey in there. Now I didn't drink all that by myself, Randy. I
sure you didn't.
I had some help from my cousin the other day. She drank a few. But yeah, it's good. It really is good. It's good to have hillbilly friends.
Yes, sir. Hey, I don't know if any of you got caught it on that No Life Beekeepers picture. Did you see Gus Mitchell sneak in there?
Oh, we invited him.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love that.
Alicia and I were talking to him right when I guess Melissa sent that text, and it was like right at 12 o'clock, you know, and we're actually standing there talking to Gus Mitchell.
And cool.
Like, you got to come in there and get the picture, you know, and she said, "What picture?" Or that's what Gus said, you know, and Gus is total low key, calm. Like, what picture, you know? And she's like, "Oh, like Beekeepers." And he's like, "Who's that?" Oh, and he started listing names and Sawmill Charlie. He's like, "Oh, okay." And just like, come on out, and there he is. You know, I had to double check to see if he made it in there. I remember out in the lobby, but
yeah, he's down.
What a cool guy, you know.
So Joey, do you have a picture of that No Life Beekeepers picture we took?
I can send it to you, Joey, if you need it. You're muted, by the way.
I don't have one.
Oh, well, I'll send it to you. You want to pull it up?
Yeah. Yeah. Can you present it?
Me?
Yeah.
Melissa can.
Oh.
The picture I saw, he made it in on the left side, like all the way, and you just stand there. I was like, is that Gus?
Yeah, I think he's 2 over from me. He's near Joey.
Huh? Oh,
Wasn't he next to you, Gus Mitchell?
I
Or close to it?
I guess
don't know.
I guess that's what I was trying to, and that was one of the most surprising things about that whole conference for me was just, you watch these guys and in a way idolize them, and you meet them in person, and they're even cooler than you even imagine, and
Oh,
it just
yeah.
blows your mind. It was like, wow.
I stopped Gus and whipped his ass, just asking him all kinds of questions. And
Yep.
I ended up sending I have his phone number because I ended up talking to him about the how he does the comb honey when he does a shrink wrap around them.
Mm-hmm.
So I sent him the link to the shrink wrap that I use, which is real heavy duty, because he said his tears on him a lot because it's too thin. So I sent him that link so he could look into that, because the stuff I get
a wealth of information. Just think about the amount of knowledge that was in that building at one time. The years of experience all coming together like that.
Yeah, I found out from Brian C. lives in Memphis where Gus's honey house is, because I would watch the videos and I say that's got to be right on 40 because that way that traffic would go.
Yeah.
And so I found out where it was. So when I'm driving by, I'm telling my kids, "Look, there's Gus's honey house." And,
It's
I'm all geeked out. It's just a metal building. It's got some hives and a truck with a feeder tank in the back of it, but not much else.
Driving by Bob's Home Depot yard, with all those bees. He's always at Home Depot or Walmart yard or whatever it is.
Then we got down the road like a quarter mile, and I saw a bunch of hives over there, and I said that's got to be his. And I asked him, he said those were his hives. Okay, so if you can, is there any way to zoom in? Because I've got questions about people that I don't know and probably should know. They're mostly in the back row back there. There you go. Keep going. Go back there see where JW is? All right. Who is that over JW's, those two people over JW's left shoulder? Who are those people?
Well, Brian, to my left, that's my right shoulder there.
That's your right shoulder, yeah.
To my
And
left,
I don't know who that is either.
that's Brian Lee to the left of me. To the
Yeah.
left of me. Those two, the real tall guy is, oh Lord, do you have to give me a half?
Steve Warehouse.
Yeah.
Was he at the No Life dinner? Because y'all had a picture of somebody tall.
Yeah,
like
he was. He was along the back wall. That's where I
What's
met
his name? Steve Warehouse?
Steve.
Waremouth.
Oh, okay,
Yep.
Waremouth. Okay, all right. Now who's that next to him right there with the Bermuda shirt on?
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that is either.
All right. So who's that over? He's JW's left shoulder again.
Lee,
Right here?
Yeah.
that's Dodd House. He's from Missouri.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Then
shoot. I wish I had talked to him.
Yeah,
His
Dodd
wife's
House,
on
House
his
Hunt.
shoulder.
Who's that?
The guy in the blue right there with the black hat, he's actually part of the Hives for Heroes program.
Yeah. I knew that. Now, who is those? Okay, there's two people between him, and so which one's Dodd House? The one in the very back or the one right there? Okay, who's that next to him?
Right here?
Yeah.
Bruce Jenny, I think, isn't it?
That's,
No.
That's Brian
That's
Elliott.
Brian. He's kind of squatting down.
Oh yeah, he's
Brian
tall.
who? What's his last
Brian
name?
Lee.
Brian Lee.
Brian Lee. Okay. And then there's Bruce Jenny, and there's Brian Flower Street, and then I think that lady there is Sean's wife, right?
No,
No, it's not. Who is that?
I believe that's Deidre, Lisa's buddy, isn't it? Deidre Walker.
I don't
No,
know.
no, not at all.
No, not that one. The other one, the down one next to Bruce.
Oh, this one?
Cat.
I'm not sure who that is.
She's with Hives for Heroes.
Philip's talking about the lady in the white vest
Oh,
Yeah.
in front
I
of
thought
Steve.
I thought that might be Sean's wife, but maybe not.
Anybody in the comments know?
Well, I'm sure Steve knows her some way. He's got both hands on her shoulders. So, I mean, if not, he
He made a new friend.
that's right.
All right. What about the person in the red shirt right there? I met him. I
Clay?
can't remember
That's
his name.
Clay.
That's Clay Bunner.
That's
No, it's not Clay.
Oh, you mean the big guy?
Right next to the big guy. That is Clay right there? Okay.
Yeah, that's Clay.
Clay
Okay.
Bunner in the back.
All right. Who's next to him? I know there's Paul, right behind Paul.
Pastor Larry.
no, it's Pastor
No,
Larry.
That's
Yeah.
Pastor Larry wasn't there.
no, that's all.
Well, that looks just like him. I'm sorry. You're right.
I know his name. I just had to think a minute.
Does anybody know the guy in the black hat next to him? Anybody know who that is?
No.
They in Colorado.
Cheater.
That's-
Cheater.
Oh,
Cheater is who that is.
That's Westcliff. That's
Westcliff.
Westcliff.
John.
Is that Westcliff?
Yeah.
I was looking for him the whole time because you guys kept
Yeah.
talking about him, and I was like, I got to find him. But okay.
Yeah,
I met him briefly. I met him and his wife briefly. They were super nice.
Yep.
I don't think I'm going to be able to recognize him from that picture when I meet him again. So I'll have to look for name tags.
You know him.
That,
And then-
next to him is Mr. I'll spill my coffee all over you.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take your Hive and spill my coffee.
That's right.
So, and then Tom, and then that's Baker is next to him. I met him right after the picture.
Yep.
Brian Baker, and then of course
There's
Keith.
in the back. I see Keith back there with a big old smile.
Yep, Carl's wife and Carl. And there's Randy,
Randy.
Who's
Bill.
Bill.
Who was that in front of Bill?
Oh, I forget his name. Doggone it.
Where's Bill?
Bill's right back
Oh,
here.
there he is. Oh my gosh, what is his
Man,
name?
he was at the No Life dinner, and he told me his name. I can't remember. So if you're in here, I apologize. There's too many people.
Oh, you know, I got a picture with him. I sat with him in the dining area. Oh, what was his name? Dang it.
I don't remember.
I don't have my phone with me. But yeah, he talked to me for a while, and he told me he listens to all these chats.
Yeah, he said he doesn't
Oh,
comment
gosh.
often, but he's in there.
He may,
Yeah.
he may.
Look at old Gus over there on the left, just chilling.
Yeah. And then Big Mike, Joey, and then
Newburn, Danny Newburn, I think. Can y'all hear us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The person that we couldn't figure out in the green, I think that's Danny Newburn.
Isn't he from North Carolina?
I ran into him everywhere.
I don't know where he's from.
and the guy back here in the red shirt with his finger up. That's Jimmy. We got to meet him.
And
Yeah.
that's
Oh yeah, his wife's down here in the front with the brown tannish coat, and
Right.
I can't tell who this guy is back here in the corner.
and then that's Jeff Butler in the checkered white and
Where?
black.
Oh yeah, Jeff Butler right
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
He stayed with us in the same hotel, not in our room, but obviously, but he stayed at the same hotel we did, so we got to talk to him several times.
Super
So
nice.
I
don't know.
accidentally bailed out. So did you guys say who the guy that's looking to the side is, and right by Joey?
By Joey.
Up here, right here.
On Joey's left.
Yeah,
With the blue shirt on?
That's
No.
Big Mike to my left.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
that Big Mike?
Yeah.
Okay. In the other picture, I could see him when he's looking forward. I did notice that was Big Mike.
Mike wasn't paying attention. I'll tell you what, that Mike guy, you can't take him anywhere.
He can,
I
Mike can
stood-
do whatever
stood-
Mike wants to do. Okay.
I can't
stood-
even argue with you, Tom.
I stood 12, 15 feet away from Big Mike and didn't know who it was because he was right there in Bill's booth.
Yeah, and I was asking you about your honey show stands.
Yeah.
It took me a minute. I recognized the voice, but I said, without a ball cap, you always have a hat on. I'm like, who is this? I said, oh, that's Phil. That's when I asked you about it.
Who's this right
Oh,
here?
it's Matt.
Is that Matt?
Oh, wait, it is Matt.
it is
Hold
Matt.
on. I'm like,
Wait a minute.
wait a minute. I'm like,
Well, half of Tom's head is in front of him, so you can hardly tell.
No, my whole head is in front of him. Half of his face is exposed.
But yeah, that's Matt. Never mind.
Anybody know Matt?
Mhm.
I don't know who he is.
Yeah, I don't know.
The front
Who's
row
the big-
honeybees there next to front row honeybees there next to
Yeah, Alicia,
yeah.
next to Melissa and Matthew Booth.
Yeah, I don't know who this guy is in the blue over here.
Okay. All right.
Next
So
to-
who is that just to Alicia's left, just a little bit behind her?
That right there?
Yeah. It looks like Ray Steele.
That's Bill.
It's Bill, 33 Mile Beast.
Oh, that's 33 Mile. Okay. All right. I should know that. Just didn't
Hey,
look
look.
like him in that picture.
Brian's laughing at you. See him there?
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
laughing at you. I don't remember the other guy in here in the back behind Craig Midget. That's not so small midget. Right
Is that
here.
Matt Booth?
No, I think. Wait a minute. This is Matt Booth right here. In the
Yeah.
front.
One of them's named Matt, and the other one's name is like Alton.
Okay. Well, this is Matt and Matt number 2.
That's what I was going to
Yeah.
say. Matt
Matt's,
Booth.
Matt's brother. We'll call him
Yeah,
that.
one of them's Matt and one's Alton. They look very similar.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Who is that behind Brian?
We don't know. We don't know who Bermuda is.
Okay.
We don't know who Bermuda is. And we don't know who
No, that's Sean. The other one
the
got
blue
Sean.
guy.
That's Sean.
Where?
Or Truce? Is that right?
No, Bermuda.
No, I know.
Oh yeah, that's
This-
Sean. Yeah.
Sean
Yeah, that
Truce.
is Sean. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's Sean Booters.
I'm probably butchering his name, so forgive me.
So we don't know who Bermuda is, and we don't know who this guy over here in the blue is.
Go back to that Bermuda guy. Let me see. Get a closer look. Can you zoom in a little bit on that?
Let me see. Let me see. Look at me getting off techie, kind of. Is that getting any better or not?
No, not really.
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
Nope, that's as far in as it gets.
It's an amazing group of people.
he looks a little bit like, I don't think it is. It looks a little bit like the guy that does the Be Smart stuff, but that's probably
okay.
not him. Forget his name. He was on Fred's video.
Does anybody
No.
know Bermuda
So,
or this
would-
guy in the blue?
Michael Seeley, I think I'm pronouncing your last name correct. You weren't in that picture, were you?
We did have name tags at the No Life dinner, but everybody wasn't at the No Life dinner.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Brian says now that Phillips made it big time, he's going to forget us all.
No, I'm upset that there's about 4 people there that I didn't get to get a picture with.
Yeah,
I
you got
can
to
see
before
their
you got started. I know you're humble.
chats.
Are we done with this picture? You want me to get rid of it?
Yeah, you can get rid of it. Well, thank you, because I was wondering about some of those people.
Well,
Did you see on the video that I put out what I labeled your picture as, Philip?
Something about
Yeah.
shelf extraordinaire or something like that. I forget. Yeah,
Like expert shelf maker or something like that. I don't remember.
yeah.
JW, if you had worn your floaties, I would have picked you out of that crowd very easy.
I'll wear my coonskin cap next year.
Oh, there's Jimmy.
Hey, Jimmy.
Oh, hey,
You just
Jimmy,
missed
did
your
you see
picture,
the
Jimmy.
picture? Did you see the picture, Jimmy, or did we get rid of it before you came in?
here, let's pop this up real quick so Jimmy can see it. I'm going to pop this up for you, Jimmy. Let's see.
No, you got to go to Facebook and.
Oh, that's too much work.
Oh my gosh.
I can't do all that jazz. There you go, Jimmy. We found you there, buddy. You're on the left side of the screen. You're pointing at somebody or getting ready to scold Joey. I can't tell which. He's got his finger up.
Yeah, we spoke with Jimmy's wife. She's super nice. Super nice.
Oh, yeah. They were both.
Kicked it off, you know.
She can't help it. She's from Louisiana.
Yep.
Yep. Jimmy out.
She was a super sweet lady.
Jimmy out kicked his coverage.
They're both retired swabbies, you know.
JW, how you doing? You all rested up after that big trip?
Perfect. I'm perfect. That really doesn't wear me out. I'm pretty tough.
Maybe
Did see Dodd House
JW,
there.
you all rested up, ready to go fishing?
I am for a fact. And I may do it pretty shortly too.
Shoot, as cold as it's been, he might be ice fishing soon.
There's different places in the world besides St. Louis or Illinois, you know.
Oh, I can't wait for spring. I know that the snow's got me thinking about greener pastures.
Mm-hmm. Can you imagine that living up north where they have 6 months of winter?
I'm
I
glad
couldn't.
they
I
got
can't.
a little cold weather though, you know, because we know our bees aren't flying and they're really
Mike's
not
laughing.
cold resources like they were, you know.
That'd be awful.
Yeah, we can't handle Big Mike's weather up there. I mean, I'd bang my head against the wall. I'd start
Yeah,
driving.
it gives you plenty of time to paint.
Ugh,
No,
Build.
thank you.
not going to do that, Mike. Doesn't sound like a good time to me, buddy.
I got a spray booth, so it's not so bad.
Oh, that makes it easy then, right?
Is that one of your first early nectar sources and pollen is red maple, Mike?
Yeah. But
What-
that's
What time of year?
April.
4th of July.
We can't even think of raising queens till this
Nothing like
second week of May.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Yeah, I mean,
several months behind us, I feel like.
yeah.
Hey,
So-
Dodd, he give us an
But I
answer.
only saw 3 hive beetles last year,
So
Yeah. Yep.
and they were in packages that got sent up to us.
Gotcha.
I'm wondering who's going to pick me up to take me to St. Louis.
Joey. He's gonna swing by Texas
Yeah.
and bring you up.
Okay.
Joey just has to go left out of his driveway, and
Yeah.
he can go to you. And then all he has to do is go a little right and straight up, and he'll hit us. It's just super easy. It's only like 2 turns, and he's in St. Louis. I don't know what the big deal is, you guys.
Yeah.
Hey,
Just
Hey.
look for the arch. You can't miss it.
Paul, Brian will be in St. Louis. There's no sense in going to Colorado.
Yeah.
You might as well just come here.
Yeah, just jump in. So, Paul, well, you're a little tall. You wouldn't fit in Brian's backpack. He'd have to fold you over a handful of times to get you in there. Just come with him over to St. Louis, and then you can go back to Colorado and do some skiing or whatever you want.
Well, before this cold snap hit, I noticed the silver maple out front was all budding out already. But I don't know if it knocked it
Mine's
back
all
or
covered with snow today.
what had happened.
I noticed the buds on my red maples were looking, I mean, they weren't nearly close to opening, but they were looking pretty prominent. I can pick them out when I'm looking at the tops of the trees.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can see them. They're definitely present.
Oh, they're almost fully formed. I feel like they're just a week's worth of nice weather probably away from blooming. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. I don't want too much nice weather, Matt, as much as I hate the cold. don't
No,
need
I don't either.
Using too fast, we're going to cause ourselves problems, you know?
Yep.
All in due time, I guess.
Yeah.
We don't have that much longer left before we're going to round that corner. Usually by about mid-February, they're opening for us. So what's that? 4 weeks out for us, basically.
Not too far.
Yeah, we're close. We're close.
Gotta think
Oh,
about all those winter chores that I'm not doing that I told myself I'd be doing, you know.
Hey, stop talking about that. Somebody is listening, Matt.
We've got a whole basement that we have to next week. The basement is the agenda to clean, to organize.
Pray for snow, Tom.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I may have to, Mike. At least if that happens, it'll keep me busy and keep me in the money, right?
That's right.
We got to organize the basement so we can actually bring our things home and put them away.
It's a
My
mess.
cream is still sitting on the back of my minivan.
Yeah. Well, ours is still in our friend's truck.
I gotta go pick it up tomorrow. Well, it's in his garage.
Would you get another creamer?
No.
No, we just got a couple of small, just holding tanks. All they were, some Weiss and holding tanks.
To make like flavored creamed honeys and
Yeah, they were small. It's like an 8-gallon and a 12 or 13-gallon license, I think it was.
Something like that.
We're just going to use it for small batch stuff, basically.
To mix,
Cream it, then pump it over to the other one, and then
bottle it.
bottle it off of that.
Did I hear you say you bought a wax melter, Tom?
Well, yes, technically it is. It's a really small one. It's one like a 3.88 gallon, I think. It was from
Dancing Bee.
Dancing Bee, which is there just north of Mike, actually. They're in Canada. It's a double wall deal. Looks like a little miniature tank, basically.
It is double wall. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So it isn't that big. It'll hold a 5-gallon bucket of honey if you want to use it as a warmer. But it'll also melt. I want to say it was, don't hold me to it. Yeah. Like 20 pounds of wax. We're just going to put wax in it and just, so Melissa can pour multiple candles at once, or, it'll just make it a little easier for us rather than the operation she's using now. It'll speed things up a little bit for us. But honestly, Lyson had one that Brian showed me. So this is the one from Dancing Bee. It's got the same controller on it that they have on the Max tanks, actually. Little double wall deal with a lid on it. Pretty small to fit on a countertop.
That's not what we paid for it, though.
No, they were cheaper than that at Navi. And you saved on shipping, too. But Brian, I'm sorry.
Is that outlet above the bottom of the tank, or is it at the bottom?
So I think it's just above the bottom of the tank, because she said if you have any debris in there, she goes, it'll settle out at the bottom, I guess. So it won't actually fully allow all the wax to come out of there, which is okay for me.
Well,
Sure.
it'd be clean wax we're putting in there anyway. It would already be filtered and everything. So.
Yeah, either way, we just put more in there. But Brian had sent me while we were there, literally almost right after I had paid for this one, because I went and looked at it when Melissa was putting her honey show entries in. I didn't pre-order it because I wanted to put my hands on it first. And so I went ahead and I couldn't stand standing around anymore there with Melissa. So I walked out and started meandering around. And that was the first thing. One of the first things I did was walk over to the Dancing Bee booth and checked it out. And I liked it. And I knew it would work well with what we were trying to do. So I went ahead and just bought it then and there and told her I'd pick it up the last day. But then Brian had sent me a Lyson wax melter, which was small, and I hadn't found that. I didn't see that because the smallest one that I had found was that one. And then when he sent it to me, it was a handwritten price on there, and it looked like $1,700 and some change. Well, and then Melissa said, "Did you see that?" I'm like, "Yeah, I already bought that one," but I said that's a lot more than I want to spend. I'm like, I was already well above the mark that I wanted to spend anyway, but felt like we were buying a lifetime product. I didn't have to once and done, right? But then when I looked at it closer toward the end of the thing, Brian was looking at it. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I'm like, it says 700 and something. I'm like, well, that's less than what I paid for the one. And so I think if I was going to do it over again, I don't know, for cost, I would probably look at the that Lyson branded one, and it's a little bit smaller. It won't hold a 5-gallon bucket. If you wanted to use it for liquefying a 5-gallon bucket, this would not work for it because it's a little bit smaller than the one that I bought. But if you're just using it for wax, and that was all our intended purpose was, I liked the price of this one a little bit better. It was a little bit cheaper. So it depended on what somebody's operations like. This could be another option for you here with this Lyson run, and the Lyson equipment that I have, I like it. So,
Man,
Wow,
all
that's
these
pretty
heated
good.
bottling tanks and holding tanks. I'm just dealing with gate valves on buckets.
Hey,
I
that's
gotta start somewhere.
That's me too, Matt. I just finally stepped up to
I'll
the
get
heated
there, though.
bottling tank this year. But so was that one that Lyson did it?
Next year,
What
I
I'd
can't
like
wait
to have is
a
one that
little bit of a
had
list
two
going to that
valves.
Navi. That's just one thing I did. Just window shop at the time. It was almost painful,
Good night, Randy.
Hi, Randy.
Good night, Randy.
Night, Randy.
Cheers.
I'll be better prepared next year.
So, I like them. Obviously, the ones that are what they call
So
true
Big
wax
Mike,
melters
we were
that
just
have
talking several times there at the conference, but you're running about 150 hives. You're saying?
I got about 150, about
That's
150 split half nukes, half production hives.
okay. Yeah, that's great. That'll keep you.
Sometimes I don't think so.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. I can guarantee that. I make
All right, what were you gonna say?
but I don't want to. I want those to be as healthy. They'll end up equalizing out anyway. They'll end up in trees or you don't care.
Yeah, I found last year I stayed ahead of them,
Mm-hmm.
and all I did is pull brood frames out and make nukes.
Yep.
And,
Yep.
the year before, we had rain, and working a full-time job. I caught 17 of my own swarms and watched at least 7 fly away.
Mm-hmm.
And I still had 4 times the honey I got this year.
Oh. Yeah, that's staying ahead of them and keeping them growing is two hard battles.
Go, Philip.
Yeah.
what's that?
Go.
I was just wondering if there was an option that had the 2 valves. You could put the water in the bottom and the wax flows to the top, and pretty much most of the trash
How's
sits at the very
doing
top.
up there? He's awful quiet.
Well, my Maxim
I
wax
don't think
melter.
Matt can hear me.
My Maxim wax melter.
Hey,
does that.
Matt, can you hear Philip? He's ignoring you, Philip. I think he's lagging real bad.
Matt, yeah, I think Matt's lagging a little bit.
Is he saying something?
I thought when I went out, you guys put him up to that. I was being pranked.
I have no idea.
Hey, man, when Philip comes back, every time he starts to talk, let's step on him.
Oh my God.
All right, Matt, hold that thought for 1 minute, okay?
Okay,
Go, Philip.
I've almost forgotten what I was just wondering. If there was a tank out there that had the split valves, the top and bottom, middle and bottom. But apparently, probably you have to go into the big money to get those and the bigger sizes.
My Maxim has a bottom drain, and then it's got, I don't know, it's got to be a little below halfway. It's got 2 valves, a smaller one and a bigger one.
Right.
So you can drain the water out and get it down to the pure honey.
So my thing is, though, with these particular melters, you wouldn't want that because you're using these for pouring candles or things like that. So your wax is already clean.
Mm-hmm.
You're putting clean wax in this. It's not for, you know what I mean? You're not going to, because if you're pouring candles, you don't want to accidentally start getting water in your candle wax. So these were not made. That's why these don't offer that.
Yeah,
this thing here is $100, and that to me it works fine for that. It's the 2 auto wax melter. It has a center drain, but it's like $120, something like that. But
just for clarification, Melissa and I are not going to use that tank for melting and cleaning wax. We're using it on already cleaned wax to pour candles. She can do luminaries, whatever she wants to do with that. That's our only.
Can you leave it running constantly so it's always ready to go at just about melted wax?
You can, but I wouldn't. Just because
it'll darken the wax.
It'll. So you can turn it off and leave the wax in it, and turn it back on, and it'll just slowly warm the wax back up.
Hey, Jeremy's asking to pull up Thorn's wax melter.
That's the difference.
Which one do you want me to pull up?
Jeremy was wanting to see the Thorn one because he was mentioning Thorn has one, and Jed Thorn does make a really nice one. It's a bigger one that you would probably use for even cleaning wax because it does have that double valve that you're referencing there, Philip. Pretty nice one. This is an 8-gallon.
I got it, Joey.
And actually, I think for what it is, it's pretty cost effective. True. I really like his stuff. It's really built heavy and I think of quality.
Now I don't want this thing that I've got. You have to be careful because it's either on or off. Because it's not water jacketed. It's not going to hold a temperature at a nice. It's going to. But I've not burned. I burned wax in it one time because I let it get too hot. But for the most part, I run it up to about 180 to melt it, and I run it back down to about 150. But it does just come on and off. So if you let it run out, that wax at the very bottom will burn because it's not water jacketed.
Yeah, this is the one that Jed builds. I think he's in Wisconsin. Is that right, Jeremy? Am I wrong? He's up north somewhere.
Yeah. Thorn, Wisconsin.
Okay.
Is that the smallest one they make?
It's 8 gallons, I'd imagine. So why is it doing that? That's weird.
It's a nice one.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of money, right? But I think there's quality built into that. He's using a really good stainless, and
well, it makes it so easy when you're using something like that.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
You're turning out a lot of candles and things.
Oh yeah, this one does have. It's got the double valves too. Yeah, that's good.
That's another one of those things where it's like, well, that's a lot of money, but that's a lifetime piece too. You're not going to be replacing that in your lifetime, probably even your kids. Maybe a new heat element, but you can get those just about anywhere. There's a few different manufacturers.
Did that say 8 gallons on there?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, that's a good size.
Yeah. So if you didn't have wax in it, you wanted to clean it in between, you could even put a 5-gallon bucket in there and warm it up if you wanted to. I bet you could do it in less than a day.
Or just buy John Hill's warming cabinet.
Or you can buy
get in that.
Or you can do a lot of things. Or you can build your own like Joey did.
I see Mark Miller snuck in here on me. I didn't even know he was here.
There he is.
Mark will be in St. Louis picking up his new extractor.
Maybe Philip will come. And then maybe Big Mike will come down too.
Last year I tasted honey, some hot honey with Randy and Mike. And I can't remember his name. The guy, let's see, Blackbeard Canning. He brought me some this year.
All right.
Still, his beard is the bees. That's kind of cool.
Put it back up there.
Put that
Joey.
label back up there. Make yourself big again.
It's backwards for me. Is it backwards for y'all?
No.
It's right side for us.
Black
That's cool. I like that
peach
label.
mango hot honey.
That's pretty nifty.
Now, where is he out of?
Southern Slybovia.
I might have to get my flashlight to look at it. It's so dark in here.
Hey, Matt. I'll take that picture tomorrow. And
It's
those
just
coolers, those coolers I've been telling you, I'll send you the picture on.
Peoria.
Oh,
Peoria,
he's in Illinois.
Not too far away.
No, he's not that far away.
That's on the dirty side of the river, isn't it, Tom?
Oh yeah. Yep.
I am fixing to try it.
I didn't make him big. That's fine.
No, don't know. You might have to click on him first.
Who, me?
No. So there you go.
I'm not sure what's wrong with this guy here.
You can't read it. You can't read it.
Come in closer.
Come in closer and tilt your head. Nope. Nope. Now you're all gone. There's nothing there.
He's got his
Picture
on.
Coolers. Oh, picture of coolers.
Oh,
That's for Matt. That's a personal message. He knows what I'm talking about.
I got dibs on the big John Deere over your right shoulder. We're going to use it for
That's
seconds.
the keeper.
That's the keeper.
Yeah.
should I just go ahead and lick this or taste it on a spoon?
I don't know. How adventurous are you feeling?
Lick that part. Come on. I want to see your eyes water, Joey.
Tastes like jelly.
Does it? Big Mike, was it you that gave us the hot honey?
Was it in a little
Yeah,
jelly
the bear?
jar?
It was in, no, we got some hot honey from,
We're
it
all
was
there.
in a bear. It's all downstairs.
Let me get it.
No,
Oh, I think like a little.
I
2
had
ounce.
hot honey to give you.
Was
That's
it Phil?
got kick
It
to
went
it.
home.
Maybe it was Phil.
I didn't Phil.
Maybe it was 30. That was hot. That was hot honey.
Yeah, this one's got kick to it.
Does it?
I've tasted some hot honeys where I swear I was still tasting it 30 minutes later. Not
Yeah.
like, you know.
Well, that
bad.
Phil's was one of the ones that we tasted at dinner, Matt, and it was
Okay.
it was hot.
Yeah.
I think this is hotter than what he brought last year. That's
Oh yeah.
yep.
Banky's got some hot honey, doesn't he? Pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's Mike.
Hey, anybody get a Mr. Ed Shiv?
I
Shay.
did not.
I got a box full of them.
Yeah.
No, it's this is yours, isn't it, Mike?
No, I didn't bring. I brought bottles and never got the labels on them. They went down and came home with me.
It's
Brought
oh,
homemade.
No,
I
no,
brought
no,
homemade spiked eggnog with honey, and
that was
that all
that-
came
that's
back.
Big
on me.
Mike. That's
no, you're
from-
right. This is from somebody in
See the
Ohio.
difference? See the
Heck
difference?
yeah.
Ooh, look at that one.
You got the real deal one that's been
Yeah.
embroidered.
Embroidered.
Or
This
not
one.
embroidered, no. Oh my gosh.
Engraved.
Engraved. Hey, look, hey, Joey, check out this cool dude right here. Look at this beauty. This right here is something else.
That one is backwards.
On mine, yeah, I need to flip my camera thing around. Melissa didn't open hers up, but I
Around your settings on your.
I got
already opened mine up. This guy right here.
The
So-
king's honey right there.
So, hey Tom, I've talked to. I had Blake Shook taste that honey
Yeah.
to see what he thought was in it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He thought it was. He said it might have had a little mesquite, but what he picked up
Yeah, I'm
was.
hoping. I
oh gosh,
know
what was
once
the
I
name of it?
open it, the value goes down. So it's like most electric.
Philip, he doesn't like you.
So what
Say
did
that
Blake
again.
say?
Go again, Philip.
He was saying, I'm trying to remember the flower he was saying that was in there, but I don't know that I've seen that around. But it makes sense because he says it grows in like old cow pastures, which is what's all around out there.
Oh, well, I can tell you what that is.
So, Philip, now that you said that, when I tried, so that gal in Missouri bought some of that, what was called quote unquote mesquite, and she brought it to that workshop that we had with the Missouri State. Yours didn't taste exactly like that one. Now,
Right.
I don't know what is what. So maybe yours had a mix of mesquite and whatever else he was
Right.
referencing, and
Yeah.
the other stuff had more mesquite. I don't know. Now that was really good. I definitely enjoyed it, but it didn't taste the same to me.
Yeah. So it may not be mostly mesquite, although I mean that's what was blooming when the honey finally came in.
Okay.
Thank you, Clay and Dot House. They said it's Mike, easy ox Mike.
Yeah, that's right. I was saying that.
y'all look how clear that honey is.
Who's that from?
2B brats.
Oh, that's
Carl. No, that's not 2B brats.
yeah, it is.
No, it's not. It's
Is that
2
Bill?
B's.
Oh, that's 2Bs there. I got the wrong one up.
That's
That's clear though, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It is pretty clear.
that's
That looks like
That's
Tom.
2B
is that,
honey farm. Are
Looks
they
like
on here
Tom.
tonight?
yeah, I was gonna say that's Clay Bunners.
Yeah. He's not on tonight, is
Yeah, he is. He's right
He's
there.
in there.
he? Okay. 2Bs.
Yeah, I thought that was Clay's.
Yeah. The flower that Blake said he thought it tasted like was called scabiosa, which is
one of
they
these?
call it also called a pincushion flower.
Huh.
But I've got to keep an eye out for that.
Makes sense why it's so light. Black focus. Clay says that is.
It's another clear one.
Yeah.
Mac.
I like
Hey.
Tom.
Joey, I got one of them.
You can taste the back. Yeah.
Joey's big.
I know he's big. I'm just showing him.
Yeah.
Attention.
Who's that? Westcliff. See?
Yeah.
That's-
John.
yeah.
Colorado.
The elusive John Westcliff.
That was
Yeah.
really
He's in Colorado.
Ooh, this one here is good. I was looking for this the other day.
All right, this is the last one on my show, I think. That's 2Bs.
Oh
put some
yes.
peanut butter there.
I
QB
let some guests try that one just the other day. They said it was really good. That didn't that place in the honey show?
It did.
Oh.
Yes. His peanut butter did. Yep.
So did his barbecue sauce. I think
That
his
one
barbecue.
Randy's, Joey, I think Starwood.
I got some of that too, Joey. Hey, has anybody ever tried this before?
Ferris Farms?
Yep. He's in Tennessee,
Nope.
Columbia, Tennessee. This was his cinnamon. He has vanilla and cinnamon. I really like these two.
He had a few rum something.
Yeah,
too.
he has several different ones that he does, but these are my two favorite. And honestly, I don't know which one I need to do a test market and see what's what, but I'd like to do potentially even Brian's lemon because that seemed to be a pretty big hit. People seem to like that pretty well. But I like for myself, here, hold this, vanilla and the cinnamon
The
too.
vanilla's downstairs in the cabinet.
Yeah, they're both pretty good.
Here's another one. Chris Chadwick, ECP, gave me 2 different colors.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Well, it's messing up.
Butter rum. Yep, that's what it was, Roy.
Butter rum.
Yep.
I didn't like that one as much.
So which one was the black locust, Joey?
I don't
Clay
know.
butter, this one. He said this is black locust.
Oh, really? Okay, so I got some of that. Good
What
deal.
is that?
Clay Bunners, the 2Bs one.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna try that.
That
No,
looks
I might-
good. It's
I
real,
might
real
taste
bright.
it.
That was really good. Randy Tar Heel Beekeeping, his sourwood is delicious.
Oh, that is excellent. That honey is excellent.
Oh, I don't think
Oh,
I
boy.
tried it.
Yeah, we did.
Did we
Yeah.
try it? Oh, we have it
Well,
in here.
Right, are we all going to do it at the same time?
Oh, we're going to try Clay?
That's good honey. I already licked the cap on it there.
I got to pull the seal off mine. So I'm going to lick it off the
I
seal.
tell you what, that's good.
This Clay's?
Hey, get out.
Well, I think a lot of that Texican honey from down there around Dallas and Fort Worth area has got a lot of cow manure. You know,
Are you talking about that award-winning honey?
now that
Tastes sweet.
Yeah.
I think he was, Philip. I think he was.
It tastes Clay's. It tastes very like floral. I don't know. It's like sometimes when you taste honey, it kind of like burns in the back of your throat a little bit. You know what I'm talking about? Like black locust, I don't feel like it does that. It's just sweet and
Real
light.
floral.
Yeah.
That is good. I've never tasted honey like that. That's good.
I had some honey that came from Wisconsin that tasted just like that.
You never know.
Yeah, that
Just
looks
in Virginia.
clear.
Bigger
I'm wishing I had opened that for my guests that were here. We were having a honey tasting. I'm definitely going to pull that out when it's time to share.
Hey, Philip, did you get any of this?
I sure did.
Yeah. Did you try it?
I got that last year as well.
Yeah.
Everybody's honey's being put under the microscope
Yeah.
on YouTube for all to see forever.
What I didn't get this year, which was my favorite last year, was Sean Booter's honey. Did you guys get any of that?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it was. I don't know if he brought any.
I don't think we actually met him face to face, to be quite honest, Sean.
But yeah, his honey's really good.
Hey, Phil, 33 Mile.
Worst honey he's ever tasted.
What do you think? What do you think this is?
It's honey,
It is
Tom.
good.
It's honey.
What's honey?
I don't know.
That's not the
Tell me
same.
drained it out the fuel tanks on that big
It is good. It's really got a unique taste as well. That's
So
good.
Brian, that's exactly what we do with all the honey that people give us is when we teach classes or we go to different events. Not our markets, obviously, but
Did I
when we
say
go to
that one?
events and stuff like that, we take a bunch of our honeys that people have gifted us from across the country and other places for people to taste.
I'm
They
gonna
always
do
do
that
a
too.
lot.
I'm gonna do that too, and I'm gonna make them do their own serving. I'm not gonna sit there and do all.
No, yeah. I usually bring
They'll
a
have
bunch.
to go over to the side table and do that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
we usually set up like a tasting station.
I'm still going to stick with Miss
Oh.
Lisa's sample that I got from her.
What was it you got? Some cherry amaretto cherry
Oh,
jam? Is that what it was?
Yeah,
That was good.
it's all the honey in the country.
So earlier in the chat, DC had a question about the solar heater that Fred featured on his video. I
Yeah.
didn't see that at Nobby, but I watched it on the video. Thought that was kind of interesting. What
Was,
that guy?
was that at the end of Fred's video?
Could have been. It was in the at least past the middle.
Okay, I was asleep by then.
Yeah, this video was like 2 hours and 50 minutes.
Yeah, I made it like 3/4 of the way. I must have missed that part.
No, Fred's videos,
Oh.
I made like 2 minutes in and it's like that.
If
I
you
have
watch
to watch
to
the
the
video 10 times.
yeah, if you watch the video to the end, all of a sudden he's got his ending, and then after that, there's even more pictures. So,
I'll have to watch it.
because somebody told me that I was in one of the pictures. The only reason I even went that far, I never would have gone that far.
Who is
So
that?
when I went that
video?
far,
Fred Dunn.
Fred Dunn.
Okay.
So when I went that far, I saw a picture of Greg Burns' daughter holding the guitar. So I was like, well, if someone told me my picture was in there, I went ahead and told him his daughter's picture was in there, so he would go that far, because nobody else is going to go that deep into those videos. It's just way too long.
Now, Steve Amos is agreeing with me on Lisa's. That cherry amaretta's out of this world good.
Yeah,
I've heard about that. That stuff's kind of famous, isn't it?
It was pretty good.
I
It's
didn't
gonna
even
be
make
when I get done
I
talking
wanted
about
to
it.
make it over there. I didn't make it.
I
I
get
should have
commission
spent
from
some
Lisa
time in
for-
her booth, but I didn't. I
What'd
would
you
like.
say? What'd you
I
say,
would like-
JW?
Said Lisa's paying me commission for advertising for her on that cherry amaretto, but that's stuff out of this world good. I'm telling you, fellas.
There's something she makes that the Dirt Roosters brags about. Can't remember which one that is, but I'd like to hear from Lisa how that experience was having her own booth, and did she feel good about the money she made? Did she feel good about the time she invested? All that. I'd like to hear that, because she's kind of like we are. If we decided to do something like that, I'd like to know what that experience was. If we can
I
ever get
think
over
they
and
come
talk
out
about it.
quite well. I talked to them a
feel
little
like
bit about it.
I feel like I heard her being interviewed about it somewhere. I can't remember if it was maybe on Fred's video or where it was.
It wasn't Fred's video.
I swear I heard somewhere her being interviewed about that and how it was.
Are you thinking about yourself, Philip?
Well, I was thinking about doing a booth just for the shelves and a little bit of the woodworking stuff I do, not like hers, but I would like to hear from her, But I know she missed the No Life Beekeepers photo because she had to mind her booth. That's one thing she missed for sure. But I would like to know overall how she felt about it, having a booth there. I think that'd be beneficial to everybody that's even considering it. See there, Ryan's even getting roped in by Jen. She knows that you're still going to be running around, Brian. She's just going to take the credit card from you.
Maybe that's it. She wants him tied to a booth so he can't spend money. She's thinking ahead.
I would not want to be
Tied to a booth.
no.
He would go bananas.
If Melissa wanted to do a booth, I'd be like, yep, that's fine, whatever. But I wouldn't be there.
No, to me, I would have to have, my kids there just so I would still be there a lot of the time, but I'd still want to have hours to walk around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That sounds like a child abuse to me, Philip.
Well, JW, if you feel so strongly about that, you can come sit in the booth for a couple hours. Save the children, and save the whales while you're at it.
That's right, buddy.
Nobody
Yeah.
wants to save the whales anymore. What's up with that?
Yeah. We stopped wanting to save the save the sea turtles with the straws during COVID, right? They'd give you 600 straws every time you get a new drink. You couldn't use the same one. I guess all the rest of the animals didn't matter in the world at that point.
No.
Brian's doing the same thing that you just said. Jen can stay at the booth while he goes and stretches his legs.
Hey, Brian, the girls, Melissa and Jen can do the booths and stuff like that, and you and I can go run around and do whatever we want to do. How about that?
You see, I think you're right. I swear I saw somebody interview her and she was talking about it, but I can't remember who it was.
She did a live. I watched her live. I was actually in that live. She
I
surprised
think
me.
Philip, I think Jeremy's asking you that question. How big a booth you want?
Yeah.
Oh, I would probably start with a 10 by 10. That's all I'm used to.
I think the no-lifers need to get a booth. And just
I
put
think
a
you're right.
couple of in there.
We can talk about that later on in the season. That was actually suggested a few different times.
Yeah,
Like
Just
in-
a nice
it's
place
a
to have
no
some
life.
chairs to sit back and
Yeah.
relax.
yeah, lounge.
If it was set up like the Hives for Heroes, there was some
I
tables.
was thinking, yep.
Well, Philip's got an in with Cayman. Maybe he'd be better off talking to him than us, right?
Well, we would probably just have to pull money together to buy a space.
Hey,
is
we
what
can, we can do anything if we put our mind.
That's right. Yep, a hangout, right?
So, well, since you're talking about that kind of stuff, I was going to go on Ricky's show because he's most closely related to it. But something that I've actually started working on is I want to see if there's something we can do to help the beekeepers in North Carolina that lost all their bees to the hurricane and the flooding. If there's a way we can help them out in the spring when they need bees.
Mm-hmm.
So I've contacted Matt Booth, which he's with Hives for Heroes, but he's also, I think, like maybe the state president of North Carolina or something like that.
He is. He's the
And
state
I want
rep.
to talk to Ricky as well about, because Ricky's kind of knows what's going on over there. But just kind of, I'm just doing this sort of finding out what they really need right now. But I'm hoping we can put something together. And it may be us sending bees out there. It may be us finding somebody that we can buy nukes at a discount local, close by, or whatever we have to do. I'd like to help them.
I know. I'm not going to speak for him, but I know somebody else that would be interested in that too. Honestly.
Mm-hmm. I know someone too, Tom.
All right. We'll just start. Everybody can start thinking about it. But hey, I'd like for us to do that because these things get a lot of attention when they're happening, but when it's really going to be needed is when they're trying to get up and running again.
Yep.
And get their bees reestablished.
You would have my interest in participation too. So.
All right. All right. So we got bees for North Carolina. We've got booth at Nobby, cruise after Nobby. What else? What else?
Well, she worked that in, didn't she?
Hive for Heroes raffle next year. What else needs to be played? Oh, the dinner, the No Life dinner.
That's a full plate right there.
Yeah.
That's a full plate.
We might need to get us one of those.
We're gonna have to start making committees here.
Right.
I was gonna say we need to go ahead and get that 501(c) or whatever that's called, that nonprofit status.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's right.
It'll be
So,
here.
Melissa,
before-
did you say a cruise after Nobby?
Yeah. Well, somebody earlier had mentioned something about a cruise. I'm like, yeah, so a week at Nobby and then a week on a cruise. Sounds like a great plan to me.
It'd be
Party
2 weeks
never
with no sleep.
So what?
You better be looking for a money tree.
I know,
No
right?
kidding.
So Tom and JW, when are you guys going to see Mr. Ed and Lee? Because it was on the schedule this morning.
That's up to him.
Actually, Mr. Ed brought it up and he said something about JW's coming. I think Tom's coming with him. And then that's when I commented something about it.
Yeah, and he said, I think Melissa said something about going to see Lee, and he's like, he said, well, have them stop and pick me up. I want to go over to Lee's and see that studio and do a show and all this. He wants you guys to all do a big show together. I mean, I can't believe you missed your 15 minutes of fame there.
No, I didn't.
I definitely did because I didn't. I actually turned it on for a minute or two, just this rerun. It was already over.
He announced you as a big-time cattleman from South Carolina. Yeah, almost all of it correct.
JW's in Illinois.
They said South Carolina or Georgia, but I think you have property down in that area. I mean, big-time cattleman's got property all over.
That's right.
I get confused too, JW, with all your holdings.
Yeah. Well, they end up holding the pot most of the time. Going around, asking for alms. No,
You're looking for donations.
So Gunline said that was us. What do you mean? Is it?
They were the ones saying to come pick them up.
Oh. Well, yeah, come pick me up too. Or at least you guys could, coming down from Missouri, you can just stop in. We can meet down at the farm, shoot at some pigs or something.
All right. Hey, I'm game. I'll come down and do some hog hunting.
Come on.
I used to come to Fort Worth once a year. About this time.
Don't wait too long. I'll have you down. I'll have you down here making.
JW, Tom didn't hear from you for like 12 hours. He was getting worried.
No, I just said I hadn't heard from him in a day. I better text him, make sure all's well.
He was getting worried.
My wife checks on me quite frequently also. I don't show up every 7 days while she looks for me.
7 days, huh?
Mhm.
He stops in to take a bath.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. She brings him home and scrubs him up.
Sends them off again.
Sends him off again. Well, it sounds like we got a full plate already, Philip, for this year. Potentially a nuke donation or distribution or something of that nature. And then, planning for the No Life Dinner this next year, the new space and all, as well as, what was the third thing you said?
The raffle.
Well, the raffle, yes, but.
I thought you said cruise.
Oh,
well, I didn't take her serious on that.
That was kind of a joke. That was kind of a joke.
But doing a booth, another one.
The booth thing.
Who knows? Maybe that could be a possibility.
We'll wait till Cayman announces where the next expo is going to be and the dates before we look into that.
Yeah, I think they're still trying to figure out the dates. I think it sounded like they would probably already lock down the Louisville place, but I think dates are messing those guys up based upon what else is happening around there.
Yeah, he can bring that to Dallas if he wants. I'll be all for that.
That's a busy place, isn't it?
Yeah, you'd have to. Yeah, it's their convention center's right in the middle of downtown.
Oh boy,
that'd be fun.
That'd be more than a ride.
Somebody mentioned a couple places in St. Louis, and that would be fine and all. The only problem is, and all of St. Louis is not dangerous, but the beauty about that exposition center there is, like he said, you can haul trailers out there and leave them and go back and they'll still be there. In St. Louis, that's not a guarantee. So I wouldn't want to leave stuff out in my car unattended.
Well, my thing would be too in St. Louis, like the hotels around that exposition center are pretty budget friendly,
There's some nice ones.
Where down in St. Louis, those hotels are going to be a little bit more pricey in downtown St. Louis.
St. Louis twice.
The ones in Louisville around the Expo Center.
Yeah, you said St. Louis for that.
Oh, sorry. The ones in Louisville, I think they were affordable for most people.
Yeah.
The ones that you're going to find down in downtown St. Louis, those are more like fancy hotels, and they're not going to be as affordable.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to have to go a little bit further out. You're not going to be able to stay right by the the Jones Dome or whatever the name of it is now, which is
it's
where
hard. It would be harder getting tractor trailers in and out of there too, because it's not as friendly for that. It's city driving, you know, tight
Yeah.
streets, a lot of one-way streets and things like that, much like you would in any other major city around the U.S. So, you know, the only thing that'd be nice for him having it in St. Louis, it would be I wouldn't have to drive far.
Well, there's a lot.
But,
There's a lot
You know,
of stuff to do.
sometimes I actually enjoy, like Sevierville was an 8-hour drive for me. I liked that place. There was a lot to do. It was a safe community.
Yeah.
If you took your spouse and she didn't want a beekeeper doing that, she could find plenty to do down there. And it's probably unlikely, aside from that one glitch that happened going through 2 years ago or 3 years ago, going through Nashville with that big snowstorm, that doesn't usually happen down there. You know, that's a fluke. So the likelihood of you running into some major weather, not going to happen as much the further south you go, you know? So, but, you know, Louisville's nice for us because it's not that far of a drive, but, and the space works, but I don't know. There's nothing around Louisville that I think is really overly exciting, you know?
And in St. Louis, there's a lot of stuff to do in St. Louis, but again, it's not really conducive to like affordable hotels around where the convention center would be, and logistics would be an issue with trucks and trailers.
I don't know
Branson,
when you'd have time to do it if you're going to the expo, unless you're taking days prior and after. You know,
Yes. Well, Steve brings up, so Branson would be a cool place to do it in southern Missouri.
I don't know if there's any place big enough in Branson though.
No.
Like Steve said, yeah, downtown anywhere is expensive. No trailers or trucks either, and that would be a big problem. That would be the one thing I think that would keep a lot of major metropolitan cities and exposition centers out of the running, because now you have a huge logistical nightmare. And when one guy's bringing 10 tractor trailer loads, you're going to slow that process way down and getting stuff in and out of there, and vendors are going to hate you.
That time of year, the traffic in I don't know that the tractor trailers will be that big of an issue in Branson, but there's just nowhere big enough in Branson for it to be held.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I don't know.
I don't think there's a
There's a lot of
Maybe for Missouri, the best place would be Kansas City. But, you know, as for people, I'm not saying to be smart, but I've been to all these big venues.
Mhm.
Fort Worth, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, Denver, Bozeman, Montana.
Just
Louisville's got the best facility for the type of operation we got. And
yeah.
I mean, I know it's not convenient for everyone and the people that's closer, but I don't know where you're going to go in the United States where you're going to have the parking facility, you know, that they've got there, and the infrastructure as close as it is, hotels and stuff for people that do
Yeah.
vehicles.
I agree with that.
And
Yeah.
it's just really hard to come up with a venue. I don't know. The east of the Mississippi, I'd say the next best place might be Columbus, Ohio. I've showed cattle there. They've got a big parking area and a big expo center, but
he doesn't want to go any further north than he already is.
You know,
Does Fort Worth have an expo center? I know they've got all the place for livestock.
it's out there around the stockyards. It's not an official expo center, but they got a big, huge facility out there. You know,
I know they got the stockyards and plenty of places for cattle, but I didn't know they had the interior type stuff like Louisville has. But I don't know that much about
it. San Antonio's got a nice place. Houston's got a nice place, but you're getting clear down on the Gulf. You know,
Gosh, that's not central.
Something more centrally located.
Yeah.
If you looked at that map where they had all the little pins, it was I mean, you had them spread out, but they were a good majority of them centered in that, you know, kind of, I guess, center of the country almost, primarily, where most of the pins seem to be.
Yeah, there's a lot of also people from the sort of Northeast and through there, and the upper Midwest that would probably have
I don't
trouble
know
coming all
where
the way
they
from
go,
South
but
Texas.
and you got to realize is that Cayman's got pretty much an in-house supporting staff there, that he can deal with every day. If he goes to Las Vegas, Oklahoma City, Dallas, Fort Worth, they've still got to do a lot of the people that's running it's got a long way to go. You got to take that into consideration. Everybody would prefer it being their back door, which
Yeah, it's probably 2 hours from Cayman or less, so it's pretty convenient for him.
there's not every place in the country that you could hold that type of event. He's got plenty of room there to grow. He's got plenty of parking. There's plenty of hotel accommodations. And if you get out and get to looking around, there's some good places to eat and stuff down there also.
We found one.
Oh.
Oh, there's Cayman. 3.5 hours from him.
Oh, is it?
His ears were burning. He knew we were talking about him. It's like,
Yeah.
right.
It's like he's got
3.5 hours from Cayman's house. I'm pushing for Louisville, Cayman, not because I'm about 2 hours from it, but I don't know where else you're going to go. It's got.
I think it's perfect, with his,
JW is on the Louisville Chamber of Commerce.
I am. I showed Tom here a while back. I live within about 15 miles as a crow flies from Louisville, Illinois.
Hey, my
They
question
call
for
it
you,
Muskell up here in Yankee Land.
how much stock do you have in that place? You're really pushing hard.
about as much stock as you have in Hilco.
I don't have any of those.
That's my point. That's my point.
I didn't realize he was selling stock.
He's not. Neither is the city of Louisville.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah,
But
I was impressed. It seemed like it ran really smooth. I actually got a chance to stop Cayman real quickly for an autograph, but I felt guilty because I knew being pulled in so many directions. But I mean, it seemed like it was only my first show, but it really seemed like really, really well organized, and
well,
everyone.
Matt, it
Yeah.
seemed like this is the first show he might have actually had time to stop
That's
and take
for sure,
pictures with
yeah.
people.
I just watched the
Oh,
background.
look at that. Look there. Breaking news.
Beep, 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 beep.
No more New Year's. Yeah. Yeah. There's always a lot to deal with because, he has to think about, like Bob said, after the 1st of February, no go. Everybody's getting busy. Your commercial guys down south, they're already back into full swing of things at that point in time. After probably the 3rd week in January at the latest, I'm guessing. So that really limits a lot of these guys he can bring in as far as speakers, commercial guys, things like that. So, there's a lot of things to work through. One thing he mentioned too was the fact that, you don't like paying for the parking, but that's a small price to pay for security. He also said that he was trying to work it on a date where there wasn't anything else going, so we didn't have to fight for parking. These are all those things that we don't think about that he has to try to work through, which logistically can be, you're picking and choosing what you want to, put as a high priority or not. And sometimes certain things, fall into more of that. So,
Yeah, with being able to pull those vendors together like that and that synchronicity of everything pulled together, there's no doubt in my mind he could split off probably and branch it, like you're saying, to Vegas or south or north. But I mean, that concentration of what's going on is such a wonderful thing for everyone to kind of get used to and plan for. And I don't know, I think not that it would get saturated by moving all over the place, but I mean, it's such a key event, I mean, I can't imagine it getting any better, but
yeah.
sometimes more isn't better, in that sense.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But, they've worked really hard at keeping the quality there and also, putting things into play that count, the first gen program, things of that nature. And he's got people that really wanted to step up in those areas. It sounds like his mom really took that thing over and is absolutely in love with that program, as well as so many other things too that, you may not think about, but all these little things you add to a conference, and ours has been really small and such, but all these little things you add to it add an extraordinary amount of time to putting things into play. And when you're working off of primarily what would be somewhat of a volunteer staff, you kind of have to be cautious with that because you don't want to overwork anybody at that point. But it sounds like he's starting to get a few things back into play, and he's got a few people that he's got on that payroll there. So that'll help his cause a little bit and allow him to do some of the things that he wants to do. And I would say further, first and foremost, too, get back with dealing with his family a little bit more so that he's not being pulled away too much. So
yeah, the EMBA conference is a drop in the bucket compared to what Cayman's dealing with. And this is like a full-time job for us for like 2 or 3 months before it. So I can't even imagine all the logistics and everything that, speaking to vendors, speaking to the facility, doing the student, like I can't even imagine because just doing the small conferences a lot.
And then getting the vendors to fill out the forms and get them back.
And all the paperwork.
There's been a few people that we've had to be on, and I'm like, one guy said, "Hey, look, man, I really, really want you there, but if you don't get me back something in 48 hours, I'm giving your spot away." He called, and I said, "You have to give me a yes or no, and I got to get the form back. We want to get this stuff advertised and get that stuff put out there, and we can't do it unless we have everything back in place." So,
and we're only running after 17 vendors, like. Not 100. How many did you have, Cayman? 160, 150, something like that. Oh my gosh, I can't even imagine. Vendors are terrible.
So I would have a question for Cayman. He said they're going to have more workshops. Is that going to be during the 3 days, or are we going to add a first day with just workshops?
Did you not watch his live?
I watched about an hour and a half of it before I switched over to Charlie's.
To me, he alluded to maybe adding a day just for the classes. Is that right, Cayman?
Hey, Cayman, just click the link and come in here, and you can speak for yourself on that instead of everybody ad-libbing.
Oh, it's more fun just to speculate.
That's
wild rumors flying around.
We'll start all these rumors, and then everybody will, I heard that you're doing this. I heard this. I heard that.
Click the link. Come on.
It says looking to add a day. So he said.
Straight
right at the top.
Trying to make it work for you.
He answered it.
If you let him in.
You never get him out.
Can you come in here too and moderate him? Hit the mute button.
Hey, how Chris is on. Congratulations on your win, Chris. I wasn't happy about it, but you guys deserved it.
Yes, right. You did.
Chris, it's either we listen to Tom talk or we listen to Cayman talk. So what's the difference? What's the difference?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Joey, listen, man, I thought you were my friend. You agreed with her a little bit too fast, man.
Oh, man. I just cut out.
Now, God help us if Greg pops on, then it's all over.
Lord, we'll be out here at night. Listen, I need to be in bed in time I got to get for church tomorrow. So that's a big thing.
The life just has to end in time for you to go to church.
No, I need to get some sleep first, because if not, Melissa's going to hate me tomorrow. I can tell you that right now.
I got my shank.
Well,
I got my Mr. Ed shank.
She's going to have to use that thing on me for sure.
Awesome.
Yeah, that live was pretty long last night, but I hung in there, and I was trying to bounce back and forth between him and Charlie a little bit too. It was definitely a good time. There was a lot that was happening, a lot going on. I was pleased to see the honey show. Melissa entered a lot of stuff into it, so she enjoyed that. The process in which they did that came in. Well done. I like how you got people in a little bit earlier. That
streamlining was
really
amazing,
smoothly. Yeah. And the fact how they had multiple lines depending on how much product you were going to actually enter, that worked very smoothly. So, and they had a good staff. This chat doesn't have punchline.
Oh, yeah.
It's the song that keeps going on and on, right? The song that never ends.
It's like, never ends.
Hey, we can talk to them about that boot space too, if you can get them in here.
Yeah, I was just.
Yeah, we want a lounge right in the middle of the.
That's right. Get everything hatched out right now, right?
Yeah, Cayman. Can we get a booth space for No Life Beekeepers Lounge next year?
We might have to get right next to the coffee lounge.
Yeah, there you go.
Sounds good to me.
Hey, Jamie.
Coffee and the muffins. We'll do like right in between.
That way Joey can just reach over toward the coffee pot, get some, and just reach back, and he can keep going. He can keep his fuel level up.
DC, I was thinking massage chairs.
Listen, guys, you get her
We're gonna
involved in this.
We're gonna get fancy.
Y'all better dig deep now. You started it.
Oh man.
You'll be expecting all this crap you talk about this when you put on your St. Louis shindig.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
He looks like he's incognito.
It's Obi-Wan Kenobi.
You guys hear me?
He's got
Yeah.
two hoodies.
Hey, I'm just down here. Got the wood stove cranked out. Almost. Doing all kinds of Ian Stepler stuff, like, oh, it's a cold day in Canada.
You got to get a close up.
There you
Got to
go.
go real close.
Sweeping bees out of the bee shed today, you know. All jokes aside.
Where's your coffee?
Oh,
Where'd he
he said,
go?
he said, all jokes aside, see ya.
You
Listen,
block him? Did you block him, Joey?
No, I hadn't done that.
Well,
he
Stepler
did that to himself.
his battery died.
Yeah. He must have an iPhone.
He probably couldn't get a word in edgewise with this bunch anyway. So he
You
probably,
prob- Laurel probably was yelling, "Hey, who are you talking to?" And he had to bail out.
I hit the wrong button, guys. It's all on my phone. It's so easy to mess up.
here we are.
Can you hear me?
I can
Yeah.
hear you
All
loud and
right,
clear.
I'm sorry.
Ian
So-
knocked him.
I'm actually down here with some supers as well. I got some Wisconsin honey still to extract.
Oh boy.
Wow.
So I took some bees up to Wisconsin this year, or this last year, I should say.
How many bees did you take up there, Cayman?
I only took like 50 hives, so I wanted to
That's
just
good.
take up 1 yard. I'd never done anything like that before, and I wanted to keep it real simple. Plus, I have a pretty small trailer. It's 20 feet, and I had to take up on my flatbed. I took up all of the honey supers that they needed, and I put the hives in the back. And I could have gotten more, but also they were going to be a long ways away from me, and I didn't want to put all my eggs in one basket. And the other reason is I only had 1 bee yard at the time. I have, since got multiple bee yards up there. Since I liked it, but it was it was pretty neat. The best part about Wisconsin in July is it's not 98 degrees Fahrenheit. Of course, they're crying the blues up there. Oh man, it's a hot one today. It's 85 degrees, no humidity, hardly to speak of, and I was in a full bee suit and didn't even have any sweat under my arms. I couldn't believe it. So, anyways, that's. But as far as the Bee Expo goes, we've talked a lot with the team. Everyone wants to stay at Louisville, but not if we have to be on the New Year's date. It makes it really hard on my team. It makes it terribly hard on the vendors because most of the vendors bringing semis in have a hard time getting drivers to drive during that period. Which I would have liked to have driven for those companies back when I drove a semi, because my company didn't care if I got New Year's off or not. They still ran me down the road. So must be nice to have the cushy job. And also there was a lot of attendees, and some of our friends like Ricky Rourke, as you guys know, because he had family plans on the New Year's, wasn't able to make it. So there's a few vendors that weren't able to do that, and we definitely don't want it to be like that. So we have a couple big decisions to make, but I expect to have an answer this year by early February. So we'll have that probably around a similar time as all the videos will be available, videos maybe a week or two after early February, but they'll be available to all the attendees and whatever. And we'll send you guys an email. I'll post a video. And then when it comes to the details on if we're going to add a day, we probably won't know that until a month or two later. That's going to take some thinking on our end on how to work that. But thankfully, a lot of the guys like Jake Osborne and Jeremy Lindsay and Chris are really taking a lot of weight off of Laurel and I. Jeremy's manages a lot of stuff on a couple of hotels in Sevierville, and he's taken over the hotel logistics for me, which we put up like 90 something people this year between Honey Show people, our people, VIPs, and a few other odds and ends. So 90 people ends up being quite confusing because everyone just has to change the darn date a week before the conference. I don't know why, but they have to. And you were talking about the vendors being a pain in the rear end. Chris can't mute me on you all's channel.
Yeah, already you can see it.
Hi, Chris.
I think you've
You
got
can't do
enough.
anything here, huh?
You see
So-
what he said there, huh, Cayman?
There'll be paybacks later, I'm confident. But that's later. So, anyways, I forgot he actually can hop on here. So what was I just saying? I derailed myself.
The vendors are a pain, is what you were going.
Oh yes, they are a massive pain. Now, some of them are super low maintenance. We had Dogwood Ridge since our first conference, and there was not a split second where Dogwood Ridge was a pain. The couple that has taken it over, they seem to be real nice as well. So there are some companies that we look forward to seeing each year because we almost forget they exist. They're so easy to fool with. So they always surprise us when they show up. It's like, oh yeah, we actually get to deal with some of the vendors that we like here. I forgot. But I understand a lot of these companies are busy. I'm not trying to be arrogant when I say this, but the Bee Expo is kind of a big deal at this point. We would appreciate if the vendors would take it seriously. There's a few of them that do not. And and there were some that I wonder if they'll watch this, but there was a gentleman who left a Friday night because he sold out of everything he had. And oh my goodness. It says in the contract they can't do that either. So if we wanted to get really rough, we could. Or we could just tell them never to come back. We try to be a little bit more chill than that, but we're going to do a deposit this coming year, and it'll probably be like $500, maybe more for a bigger company. And I don't want the work of having to refund all that afterwards because most of them will do their job.
Yeah.
But
it'll keep people honest, though, is what will happen. When you have somebody's a chunk of somebody's money or something, they'll follow through at that point in time and make your life a little easier. So I get it.
They probably will. And the main thing is, our attendees are expecting to have a great show. They're paying good money and spending a lot of good time to be there. And the products that this guy sold out of, they're really cool. But he sold out early, packed up, and said adios. I've since explained to him that he's got to keep some of those back and show them until the show ends. The attendees deserve that, and it also just looks bad on us to have empty booths like that. So
he could have done orders, or something like that.
Sure.
Right.
And the thing that was interesting is he then posted in the Facebook group literally that night saying, "Hey everybody, we had a great show." We're a day and a half in. We had a great show. Thanks everyone for selling us out. We'll see you next time. I'm like, maybe not. So, wanted to.
My question is, did he not plan for enough business, or he just did that good?
He did that good. He brought a lot of stuff. But again, I think when you and some of these smaller vendors only have maybe 5 items.
Yeah.
That they're selling. It's not like a general bee supply, but so I understand the smaller companies don't want to have as big of inventory, but it wouldn't shock me if he sold $10,000 worth of stuff. And so, we did our job. So just save one of each back, and you can pre-sell it. Just save it back so you can show people what you have.
Exactly.
Hand them a business card and park yourself in the booth where it's supposed to be. Didn't he leave early last year too? I don't know, Steve. This year, one of us, Chris's kid brother, actually, Zach. I mean, between him and Chris and a couple of guys, we have very good records on who left and when they left, and who was a pain in the butt and who wasn't. So we're some of them were big companies too, and so the deposit, I think, will help a little bit, but we've already got a kind of a list going, and if they do it 2 years in a row, we're just not going to bring them back because we're tired of it. My staff is way more important to me than any one of the companies that comes there. My staff is a whole lot harder to replace than somebody selling a plastic frame or a bee suit or any of that stuff. And so if they're getting up in my staff's business just because they're having a bad attitude that day, they can go to the ABF.
I'm
they'll
surprised
probably
that
take
these
them.
vendors would have done that. Like you said, you hold a couple of your products back, you keep some of your literature, your business cards on file, and you can say, hey, look, we've sold out what we brought. We're going to do some pre-orders and we can ship them. At that point, why would you not continue to make money if you've already spent the cost and the time to drive out there? Staying an extra day or a half a day is really not going to cause any more of an issue. So, you would think that those guys would hang out to now do some networking or something. But
They've already made their hotel reservation. So
right.
at that point, I doubt the hotel's going to give them money back for leaving a day early,
Yeah,
Who knows?
they're not
So-
going to, that's for sure, on the hotels. So I don't know. It is what it is. But our attendees are putting a lot of work into being there and expecting a phenomenal show. We can't let anybody get away with it because other vendors notice that, and then they think they can do it and into the next year. So, and this is what's the most frustrating part about running one of these shows is you kind of have to be a real stickler and almost a bad guy to a degree. I'm usually the guy that's pretty chill, but at this point I'm like, you know what, but this is hurting a lot of the nice people that are coming to the show. Like I still got our booth fee that we charged them. So I got my money, but then you guys are the ones being gypped. And then of course, eventually that's a trickle down effect where it does affect me long term, I think. But
Well, it just makes the show not look good either. If this person leaves, then that person leaves, and the vendor hall starts looking empty, and there's holes everywhere. It just is a whole thing.
Now with the snow coming in on Sunday, some of the vendors towards later into Saturday were like, hey, can we go ahead and start prepping? We're not like Nazis or communists or anything. We were like, okay, yeah, that's reasonable. You gotta head into the you want to get ahead of this, and we'll let you do it if it makes sense. But anyways, so that's just something to consider. And several of the vendors, for whatever reason, it's like, just don't get back with us. We started taking vendor registration in July, and we email, and some of them are really quick about it, but some of them aren't. And so we may, especially the general suppliers, like we have a lot of guys that do bee suits, a lot of guys that do general woodenware. We have a lot of guys that do various products in the industry. So if we lose one, it's not the end of the world. Honestly, there's vendors out there that we're not getting right now. There's a couple woodenware suppliers that want to be there, and they're actually American ones, and we've kind of said, nah, we're kind of to the point where we don't want to get any more of those. And it's kind of a bummer to a degree for those companies. But my concern is our show is different in the fact that we try to have really good deals where we can. And in order to do that, we cannot, we can't have 300 vendors all doing the same thing and everyone's just making a little bit of money, or the deals just fall through. And the companies did really good this year. They did better than last year. And what that means is they're already telling me and calling me and texting me saying, hey, this is what we're planning to do next year. they're gearing up for a bigger show next year, which is, what we want to hear. And I think what most attendees would like to see is more innovation. And then there's John Hill that called me today, always whining about, no, John wasn't whining. No, he was talking about, all the big things that we're going to do at Hilco this year, and it's going to be amazing. And so I do like John quite a bit for the fact that he's always rolling out new stuff. And just when the other companies think that they're maybe catching up, John releases 2 or 3 items.
I went into John's space and walked out because it was just too damn crowded.
Yeah,
it was so many people in there. It was like going to Walmart.
I told Jeff he needs to quit making stuff because we're all going to go broke buying everything from him.
I know. Well, I told John I don't need one. But I asked John if I could test out his roller uncapper, and he said he let me borrow one for a video. Because I'm really curious to see how it works, and then if it works really good, I'd like to recommend it because the industry's needed a good uncapper for a while.
I'm looking forward to seeing that video.
He was saying he's going to have one with the blades like the Lyson, the heated
Good
one
night, Lee.
that he was working on.
He told me he's got another edition. I haven't seen that one, but I hope that both of them are very successful because it'd be good for everybody. Especially, I was talking to a couple that run 200 hives, and they're both in their early 60s and super hardworking folks. But they were talking to me about their wrists and stuff killing them after doing all those supers, and I'm like, man, just picking up those supers would be a lot, even for someone my age. And then they're hand uncapping all that with a knife. And so they were really interested in that, and I'm hoping that it works out really good because I think there's a lot of people, not just folks with 200 hives, but a lot that are just like, this is supposed to be my sideline or my hobby. It's not supposed to actually feel like a chore necessarily, and we'd like to make this simpler.
So, I have a question, Cayman, about it seemed like you expanded the stock areas. Is that something that the vendors have to rent a separate space for, or how do you handle that?
So this last year, I believe if they got more than 2 booths and they got 3, it was $375 a booth space, a 10 by 10. And then it was $425 if it was 2 booths or less. This is for the early registration. It's something along those lines. And that included storage space. Now, John Hill used up like 10,000 square feet of storage space, plus his 3,000 square foot booth, and then he had semis in the dock. Now, John takes up a lot of space, but John always invests a lot into our conference. It's not just like, hey, he throws money at it, but he also he gives really good deals, which is something that we promote. So obviously the vendors that really help the attendees save a few bucks here and there, we definitely like to help them out too. And then, of course, John did sponsor. He told me he wanted to do something. I said, why don't we put it towards the honey show? And so he helped us out a lot there. So, but John was like, I really need to make sure I have all this space this year. We're gonna do something bigger than we've ever done before. And I'm like, yeah, that's what you say every year, John. And but he delivers. He does deliver. So he ended up with a lot of space, and he just told me today, he's like, our booth wasn't big enough this year. It actually was way too crowded. We've got to do a lot more. So expect me to buy a lot more space.
The first time I walked in there, actually, when Melissa was still at the honey show getting set up, I can't stand around that long. I get bored too quick, like a 2-year-old, and I, start to cause trouble. So I walked out there and I walked back to John's space because we were going to pre-order a few things to have them delivered to Missouri in February. And as soon as I looked at his boot space, I'm like, nope. I turned around and walked away. I'm like, I'm not fighting through all that. I'm like, I'll come back later when these guys are all in class and I'm skipping school. So that's kind of what happened there with that.
Yeah. it really is the best time to shop, and that's again where we're maybe hoping that an extra day. It won't. We're right now. Even if we do an extra day, it won't be for the trade show. But what we are considering is we're going to have the workshops. Maybe a part of it's like just a lot of networking towards the end of the day once the workshops are over. And so maybe have for just a short little period, the vendors could have like a 2-hour period in the evening where folks could pick up pre-orders. And so that helps deal with some of that rush there a little earlier. I don't know. We're talking through a lot of different ideas. Chris is probably banging his head against the wall right now.
But remember, Damon, Chris is not in here to mute you. I told him there's no promises on your promises.
We're just spitballing here, Chris.
Yeah,
That's right. We're just back and forth. That's all this is right now. But so far, everything you're saying came in as good. We like the idea because maybe now we won't skip class if we can't go to the vendor hall and network, because if we're going to go to our class first, network after, then we can work on the thing later. So now maybe I'll get an education and not just jaw the whole time, you know?
Well, these are extra classes that you have to pay for.
That's fine. There's probably a lot of
Yeah, well,
I like that
and
idea.
we're gonna. Oh, go ahead.
I like that idea because, like, when the honey training council class came advertised, I was interested in it, but I didn't want to take it because I didn't want to be in class all day on Thursday and then miss out on other things going on. So if those classes were held the day before,
I'm swinging that thing.
I've got to remind you that I've got it. Thank you, Mr. Ed. Anyway,
He's got a Mr. Ed prison shank.
if it would have been like the day before, I would have been more apt to sign up for it. But
Exactly. That's a long class that they have too. It's like 8 hours, I think.
Yep, we took it in Illinois at the Illinois State Conference this fall. So, but yeah, it was a good class though. I highly recommend it.
Cool. So I'm glad to hear that it's good. I hadn't heard anybody who took it this year. No one's gotten back with me on if they liked it or not. So that sounds good to me.
Damon, I got a question, if I may, and you may not want to even comment on it. Is what was the situation with the people outside the gates that was handing out the brochures for the bee forest?
I appreciate you bringing that up. Those peons, those dirty dogs. Their mother probably kicked them out of China so they could come visit us. So
Chinese.
So what it was is we had told about 50, probably 45 to 50 companies on the low end that they couldn't come to the conference this year. And some of those were like where they would rebrand their company trying to somehow get under the radar. But Bee Forest was one of them. And what a lot of the Chinese have done is they've set up shop in the USA or Australia or a country like that, Canada, as their kind of US headquarters, so they look a lot more legit. And then they try to sneak into the expos. They try to sell stuff here in the US and make it look like it's American or Canadian, and it's actually just coming straight from a shipping container, and it's Chinese wood, and it's pieced together. And Bee Forest, we figured them out after a little while of them emailing us, but the website got me for just a few seconds. We looked into it a little bit more, and we said, no, thanks, but we're good for vendors in that category. And of course, they were just like, well, please, we're already shipping stuff and preparing for your expo. Of course, terrible broken English. And, first of all, they hadn't even paid for their booth yet. So what we do is everyone who enters it on the website enters the form. It gives us the information, and it's just a preliminary evaluation. And it says on there that we will get back with you, letting you know if we confirm you or not. So he's like, we've already shipped pallets to your conference and everything. I'm like, no, you have not. You probably just shipped them in the US. So anyways, we told them to go pound sand, and then they kept emailing us and harassing us about every 3 days for months. And I eventually lost my patience and I told them where they could stick their bee product, and they still showed up to the conference anyways. And so the problem was the person that they sent couldn't really speak English at all and how to use a translation device. And so we had to figure out how to use a translation device to tell them to go take a long walk off a short pier. And so when we kicked him out of the trade show in the back, he just went right around to the front and started handing out brochures and bags. And of course, that was really frustrating because there was probably 100 people that had bags in our show repping bee forest, and it's not their fault. They don't know. We eventually got a hold of the guy again and got a hold of the Kentucky Expo Center staff and had him removed from the place.
I seen the truck. There was a police officer pickup truck that was sitting out there after we drove in that morning, and they were handing out some bags just outside of the gate. He pulled up at an angle right behind JW, behind your truck. And I don't know what was happening beyond that because I kept going. But my assumption was that they were probably being escorted off. Was, again, just an assumption. I don't know that for a fact, but.
Yes, Alicia.
Yeah, it's a bummer. I hate because a lot of times these things happen. It's my staff that has to deal with these things mostly because I'm doing other things. I'm either working with the kid program or maybe MC in a session or whatever it is. And which was one of my favorite things that I actually got to participate in besides the kid program was getting to MC the Resistant Bee Talk with Randy Oliver, Corey Stevens, Richard Coy, and Dr. Frank Rinkovic. And so that was a lot of fun, especially did anyone actually sit into that one? It's no big deal if you didn't because there's a lot of stuff to do, but.
No, Melissa kept me talking on the floor the whole time, so I apologize. I skipped class the entire time, but maybe next year.
You know, that's what I do. Whenever I go to these things, I'm hanging out, I'm networking.
That's what those great videos are for.
That's politicking.
Hey, it works. It works. You know, and it's honestly a lot more fun than a lecture typically. Some lectures can be fun, but it's more fun to hang out with your buddies. It really is. And so that's where when we sat down and started thinking about offering the recordings with the ticket price, because whenever I go to these things, that's exactly what I do. I'm maybe sitting for a lecture, maybe two, if it's like two phenomenal lectures, but the rest of the time I'm just hanging out with buddies, and that's where I derive my fun and what I remember the most. And so I was like, you know what, these recordings will really take the pressure off. And so, and so people will still be able to enjoy them. Well, I'm emceeing this, and of course, Corey Stevens is just a hoot. And then Dr. Frank's a lot more professional. I imagine most people at the USDA are and research labs. But Randy is just Randy Oliver is very straightforward, which nothing wrong with that. But he's also not from around here, like this part of the world. So we get up there and we were talking about drone yards and making sure there was good mating. And they were all going around talking about, yeah, it's important to have drones yards this far away to make sure, you have decent control of the genetics and stuff. And Randy's like, oh yeah. And it's, and sometimes it's just the weather hits just right. And, there's so much mating just within the yard itself. I mean, there's just sex everywhere, and there's drones and on the tops of lids, and, there's sexes there on the lids. And he just saying that. Of course, Corey and I lost eyeballs because that's not how we talk in this part of the country. And of course, Corey just says something like, oh my, I actually physically cover my ears while Randy's doing this. And of course the crowd thought that was a little funny. And then Randy kind of looked over to me to see what everyone was laughing at. And I said, sorry, folks, you have to understand he's from California. And
I'm surprised to hear you say that, because if I remember correctly, Mr. Corey Stevens, the second year of the conference that I won't mention the name on.
Yeah, that one.
He was out there calling peckerwood. So, I'm not sure, he seems a little suspect himself.
Yeah, That's why he laughed so hard. He was enjoying himself. He's like, I wanted to use them terms, but I would have definitely used them peckerwoods were hanging out. So Corey had his golden opportunity that day. We didn't have anyone that was doing genetics that year, and we were doing that panel. I had Bob and David Peck, and I needed to get another person up there, and I felt like that was actually doing some VSH or some bee breeding. I thought, well, how bad can it be? Well, we found out pretty quick just how bad. And of course, I told Corey, I'm like, yeah, you're good for this. He's like, yeah, I can be real professional. He gets up there and 15 minutes later, he drops the word peckerwood and a few other things like that.
I think everybody paused when he said that. Like,
his wife was like, I just held my head in my hands and
poor Jamie.
Surprised she didn't grab the shepherd's hook and pull him off stage,
That's right. She's a good Baptist woman. She knows when to fight battles and when not to. And probably Corey got an earful when he got back, I'd say. But no, we love Corey though. He's always such a fun guy and a nice guy. And what I like about him and all the speakers we had in that resistant talk, it was a really good session. Those guys, I just basically asked the questions as they were coming up. People would write on a piece of paper. I would read them off, and those guys were the ones talking amongst themselves. And every now and then I would interject because I saw something that could be funny, and of course I have to make it funny if I can. But it was a great session, and it was a very realistic approach to trying to be treatment free, and so it was a good talk.
But hey, Tom, this you were asking what was in this honey. It's peckerwood blossoms that are in this honey.
Well, it tastes pretty good anyway. The name's not so flattering, but you know what? The flavor's nice.
Hey, there's people that sell honey as bee barf honey. There's someone I saw that had that on there and bee vomit and all kinds of stuff. That doesn't make me want to try the honey personally, but you know what? They probably sell out because there are some people that just like off the wall stuff like that.
That's right. Yeah.
But not me. One of the things that we're also looking at adding this year is maybe a cornhole area. We've talked about doing that in the past. We just haven't implemented it. Chris, are you listening to this? And we added those tables up in the lobby this year so people could sit down and talk and also rest if they wanted to. So nice. I'm thinking of having a cornhole, but get someone to make it that's going to make it honeybee themed, and the bags to be hexagons versus a square, but a similar weight to the legal cornhole bags, and have a couple of those out there. And just, anyone who wants to chat and maybe just have a good time. I know some people will think that's absolutely dumb, but out of 3,600 people, you'd be surprised who might enjoy that. And out of 3,600 people, I guarantee you there's some really talented cornhole throwers in there. We've also considered, we as in me, of having a cornhole competition at the event, and you have to pay to get in. This would be probably mostly for the vendors or anybody who just wanted to, but all the money would go towards the Next Gen program. And of course, we'd have like a trophy for first, second, and third for it, and just to see if people wanted to get some teams together and just maybe have some fun and also raise some money for the kids. Maybe it doesn't have to be necessarily for the kids. Maybe we do it for Hives for Heroes or somebody like that. But I thought that might be fun.
That'd be awesome. And you would get some huge participation on that, because not only would it be good fun for people, but you're also going to create more of a networking, corner with that too. And like you said, maybe be able to capitalize on the fact that if you do have to put a little bit of skin in the game, that's going to end up benefiting a good cause for certain.
Yeah, I think so. And You know, it could be kind of a bragging rights too. You know, if you win the trophy, you get a, you know, take a picture with Laurel or something like that. I haven't. That's also something I'm probably over promising majorly to the detriment of my physical health. But Philip Morris, those were some great shelves. The judges loved those. I really liked them too. I've got them. I actually was looking at them today, going, do I want to let the judges use these next year? Do I want to use these for myself?
So last night came and the suggestion came up that you know, you've heard of the like tomahawk toss or the axe throwing. We could do that with Hive tools. Sharp
Guys,
Hive tools. Throw them at a target.
nobody would enjoy that more than me. That's right up my alley. If I could, we'd have a gun range in there. These expo centers have so much paperwork. It'd take me 5 months just to probably of paperwork to get it legal to do.
For sure.
And they'd probably still say no, but
Gun range would be fun.
it
Pretty
would
sure
be.
your
It just,
insurance company would drop you.
you know, they would. And the Kentucky Expo Center is a lot more lenient than most expo centers. It's one of the reasons why we want to stay there. Yeah, I hope our insurance company is. I sure hope they aren't either. But the Expo Center is a lot more lenient. The folks there are used to doing a lot of ag conferences. I mean, they'll bring in like thousands of horses and cows and goats and sheep for their events. So they're used to dealing with a little bit more of that wild kind of atmosphere and dealing with country folks. And so they're really attentive to beekeepers because they really like ag and all that. And so they're really great. A lot of the ones we've looked into and we've gone down and seen them, it's just a terrible fit. And some of them like, oh yeah, we have tons of docks, and they have 4 docks for the entire facility. John Hill needs 4 docks by himself almost. And so, you know, and then we went down to Birmingham to look at that, and I'm walking right outside, and there's like homeless right there on the ground. Parking's a quarter mile away. You're downtown Birmingham. It's dangerous, and it's not a good place for folks to be. The last thing we want is people just walking outside of the expo center and having to worry about getting to their cars. That's not going to work. And then a lot of them are parking garages. You can't bring a trailer. And so there are a few out there. There's one that looks really promising down in Georgia, but it's not Atlanta. It's about 4 or 5 hours. It's about 3.5, 4 hours south of Atlanta, I believe. But, so that's really far down. And so that makes it really difficult for anybody up north. It adds a lot more miles. Vegas, they were designed to host big shows. They were, but they weren't probably designed to sell a lot of product though, except for people out west. And, if you could get a lot of people to come from out west, see, if you put a show out there and it's something that was like a gun show, there's a lot of people that'll show up to a gun show because there's just a lot more people that are into guns. Beekeepers, though, how many people could I get in Las Vegas? And then how many vendors could I get to drive out to Las Vegas, bring in product, and how much product could move? If we switched our design up from being a trade show that sells product and we made a partial or complete switch, the ticket prices and the vendor prices would shoot up phenomenally. And we're trying to avoid that. If anything, we're trying to figure out ways how can we add stuff without raising the prices at all. That's what we're trying to do. So that's my goal this year. Chris, am I over promising again? Whoops. So Louisville's very likely.
Yeah. Well, like you said, it seems to work pretty well. You do have a gated area that allows a little bit more control of some of those things. And, like you said, when you were talking about down in Birmingham or down south, if it's a kind of a sketchy area, if you have 1 or 2 incidents down there, whether you guys have any, correlation with that or not, being it's your show, that's going to have a negative ripple effect on you too. So, considering all those things and there, somebody gets hurt or injured, it's, again, if it doesn't have anything to do with Beexpo, but somebody around there trying to walk to their car has a problem. So that seems to make a lot of sense what you're trying to work through there,
Yeah, there's some advantages to being not only just for us, of course, there's a huge advantage to being familiar with the location. The difference between our workload from staying in Louisville versus going somewhere else is months of labor. And so I hate to make Laurel do that again. And as far as then, of course, the vendors, they know what they're going to be experiencing, hotels, where to park, what they can do with their semis, when they have to get stuff out of there. I know where to get electric pallet jacks, where to rent them, where to pick them up. I know who to contact for muffins, where to get water hookup, electric hookup, all that stuff. And there's always surprises each year, less each year. And so surprises aren't like, oh, wow, that we definitely need to maybe watch out for that. Surprises are like, ooh, this is going to cost us $15,000 that we weren't expecting kind of surprises. We don't like those very much because that's Laurel's hire Chris and maybe make Cayman and I have to work every Saturday money. So she can take me to some lizard conference, which apparently she's trying to get me to go to this lizard conference. I'm not into lizards. They're weird. I don't like snakes. Snakes are nasty creatures. The Bible talks about how nasty they are.
For her sake,
want me to go.
Quick.
Well, for his sake.
Bees are beautiful. They're good for the environment. They make delicious foods for humans. They pollinate our crops. Snakes, they bite us. They've killed some of us. They'll strangle us. They'll strangle our pets. Nope. But I love my wife, and she really wants to go. So guess where I'm going to be in about a month? I'm going to be at a snake and reptile convention. Yeah. Well, that's what I said to her. You guys have the inside scoop on how I really feel about it. But
hopefully she's not watching.
Nobody's watching.
In the basement. I can see he's down in the basement.
She locked the door. I'm stuck here till tomorrow when she let me out to go to church. But no, she loves that. And honestly, I'm excited to get to do that with her. When you really love somebody, you get involved with their stuff, whether you like it or not. She doesn't like football at all. She watches football and she keeps track of stuff to a lesser degree than I do, but definitely you can tell that she's trying. Is this when I tell Cayman that Laurel's been listening? No, she has not. She doesn't. I don't think she knows. Does she know, Chris? I could be in trouble. So, how many of you guys I live in states where you can just purchase honey supers from like your buddy legally, and it's no big deal?
Yeah, Missouri would be one of them.
Okay. All right. So I live in a state where you can't legally do that. Like Tom and Melissa, you guys could have some supers. You just got them all drawn out the season before, brand new combs, never had a queen lay in them, and I couldn't buy them from you.
That's right.
So that's the way it is here in Tennessee. I think Alabama's that way too, if I'm not mistaken. I'll say what?
If you were to put a couple of bees in there.
Well, they have to be inspected cup of bees, though. So
that'd be the nicest.
Yeah, technically in this state, if you do it the legal way, there needs to be brood in there, and there needs to be bees where the state inspector can come out, look at them, and do it that way. But I don't want to buy a hive. I just want to buy a comb. And so that's something that's a big problem in this state because, first of all, I think most of the professional beekeepers are just going into Arkansas and in Kentucky and doing it anyways. But also, it's really cramped a lot of beekeepers from selling good equipment. Like I've got some stuff to sell right now. It's real nice stuff, and I can't get rid of it, especially because I have not everyone, but a lot of people a talk whenever I post that stuff. And so if someone in Tennessee saw I was doing something that wasn't supposed to be done in this state, they would probably drop the hammer on me to make an example out of me. So this isn't me trying to sell you guys anything, by the way. Just wink if you understand just once. I'm kidding. I was just kind of curious about how your states are.
So Brian from Flower Street Farms, he last fall or something, he was asking kind of everybody, Brian, if you're on here, correct me or whatever, to kind of, because I don't think that Colorado has a state inspector or just has one or something like that. He was kind of getting information from everybody else, like how many state inspectors do you have? Not many bee laws in Colorado, he says. How many state inspectors do you have? What are your laws? So he was just trying to get a general idea of what everybody else does, because were you trying to do a class on that, Brian? I can't remember why you were getting that information, or just trying to see if they wanted to start doing something like that in Colorado. So he has a lot of information on that, because I know he talked to a lot of different people from a lot of different states about what their state requirements are and whatnot.
Yeah.
It's frustrating. I'll admit I haven't always no state inspector here. Some states are well funded, some not so much. Well, you're not really missing out too much, Brian. Most state inspectors I've met can't cover even close to the state anyways, and so I'm not trying to be mean to our state inspector. I think Mike could do it if he could, but I mean, Tennessee is a decent sized state with a lot of beekeepers in it, and he's just one guy. He can't get everywhere.
See, and that's areas we have one inspector for the entire state.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that works really well.
Yeah, we have a
and
part-time.
so we just don't have the infrastructure, and beekeeping always gets the dregs of whatever's left for the funding, which is usually not a lot that's left over. But there was a gentleman who was selling some stuff, and I may or may not have bought some of his mediums. Not saying I did. This is maybe. And so those some of those supers right there, I don't know, there's probably about 150 of them down here, and I got those for $18 a piece. And so the boxes are older. The combs are nice. They were in good condition. That's really all that matters. But those things paid for themselves in 1 year. Yeah. You stick them on a good hive of bees, they fill them up. I mean, I'm getting $6 a pound wholesaling, and so I sell, a quart of honey. That's $18. That's only maybe one really fat medium.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's something that. Go ahead.
It keeps your honey production in the game there. It allows you not to have to, stall on any honey production now that you've got all that drawn comb sitting there.
It does, and some of the nicer the prices have gone up since I did that, and if you see some that are nicer, you'll spend $30-something sometimes, or $25-$30 for a really nice new box with new combs, but it's worth it. If it's a good piece of equipment, I highly recommend people doing that, because even if let's say you have 10 hives and you can only get 10 boxes. Well, you put one of those on each one of those hives, and that buys you more time before the bees want to swarm. A lot of it's buying time for swarming.
So what are you took bees to Wisconsin, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are the laws in Wisconsin about buying equipment there?
Oh, it's like a lot of states. They're real chill about it.
So you could buy used equipment in Wisconsin and bring it back to Tennessee.
Yeah. So, man, she already knows what I'm up to. So that, and they're supposed to be inspected on the way back in, but the problem of it is you can't ever get a hold of anybody to get inspected.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's kind of the Wild West and all that kind of stuff with a lot of these states, because there's not enough inspectors to go around, which You know, the whole reason we have that law is because of American foul brood. I almost said the ABF. It's AFB, close enough. And so American foul brood, it is a huge problem, but it's not like it's something I would try to hide. I've never had it myself. I don't know anyone who personally has had it. It used to be a really common problem back in the day when guys were, you know, a lot of them were keeping combs, hives of bees in unremovable frames, just slum gums. There's a couple other terms for it, but basically back in the early 1900s, it was super poor here in Tennessee. And a lot of the states, they were so poor. Great Depression, even after World War II, a lot of the guys in this area were not using frames yet. And so you had a ton of beekeepers that couldn't inspect the brood well, and they would just let the combs be used over and over and over and over again. And some of these combs would be 30, 40 years old. And they get AFB in them. And our bees are also more hygienic than they used to be too. And part of that is because of Varroa and greater pests have come along that have forced the bees to be tougher than they used to be. Some people say, oh, bees are a lot weaker than they used to be. I think to the contrary, they're a lot tougher. It's just they also have a lot of very tough pests. So any of the minor maladies that really plagued our ancestors aren't as big of a deal anymore as they used to be. So younger combs, all of the pressures have made our bees better. But American foul brood is, I would burn it out of my hives, and I get my inspector out here the next day because it's nothing to be trifled with and all that kind of stuff. And my thoughts are it could get into honey supers. There's a chance of it. It's not as likely because bees that are strong enough to make honey probably aren't going to have a whole lot of American foul brood.
Right.
Yeah.
So I haven't met Spanky before. Filament Corner. Good to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Stankley's silent type.
Oh yeah. Well,
He was a little chatty
I'm not
last
like that at
time.
all.
Spanky's got some pretty cool designs that he's done with his
3D printing.
his 3D printing. So
Yeah, we sent one down there for Ricky at one year for the kids at auction.
Yeah, we really appreciate that. What'd you say it was?
It was a miniature of one of Ricky's hives.
Oh, the horizontal one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that in the video, and we appreciate that. You know what? Yeah, I remember when 3D printing started being used for beekeeping, and I've started to get better about this because used to I was one of those guys like, this new technology, whatever. But you know what? There's been a lot of really cool 3D printed stuff in beekeeping happen in the last few years, and some of the big companies like Hilco and several others, even bigger than Hilco, are using 3D printing to create prototypes before they actually get it plastic injection molded and go get a mold. So, 3D printing. I think there's so much opportunity, and my wife's wanting to go to a conference and get a 3D printer too. So, make sure we don't talk about this too much.
yeah,
I don't mind helping her out.
I see where your loyalties lie.
I just know the frustrations of getting one and having issues with it.
Yeah, she would love that. She's the tech person between the two of us. She just got herself a freeze dryer, and it's I thought it was kind of a odd thing because pretty much everything I'd ever seen was like people freeze drying Skittles and candies with it, and I'm like, if I'm gonna have Skittles, I can just throw it in my mouth as it is. What in the world? And then one of our guys that helps us out, Hank Yasik, he's two of me put together, and he brought some freeze-dried soup, and he just added hot water to it, and it was just like your mother made soup seconds before, and all you had to do is add hot water to it, and it was ready to go, and I could not believe it. And so, this technology with 3D printers, freeze dryers, and stuff, I've now come to realize that beekeeping, we've got to start adopting all of these new technologies to help us out.
Yeah, I saw that guitar. What's the story on that guitar down there?
Yeah. So I had nothing to do with that. Typically, if it's cool and after 2000, I had nothing to do with it. And that was my brother, Ethan. He has a buddy who has a 3D printer, and Ethan said, "Hey, could you make this for me? I want to do something for the silent auction." Ethan didn't tell me about it till it was pretty much complete. And it turned out really cool. He calls it the Honeycaster. And that raised like $1,100, which I was surprised. That was cool.
You had a new company there too this year, I think, called Apiture Apiary. Some young innovator, I think, that was making the 3D models of the life cycles and things of that nature. Yeah,
that was awesome.
Yeah, for sure. Melissa and I ordered that because she does a lot of presentations for younger school children. So we thought that's something they can get their hands on, and it helps them to understand a little better having that visual. So I thought that was pretty cool, all the stuff that he was printing out. And it all seemed really, there was a lot of forethought that went into it, because he had, the cappings you could put on those cells for a worker or for a drone, and
magnetic too.
Magnetic pieces that stuck together. So it was real versatile. So again, talking about the 3D printing, I thought that was really cool. That I hope people had the chance to actually see that. Because if you're in any kind of a teaching area, that is something that I think could be a real beneficial tool for that.
Oh, it's one of the coolest things I've seen in a long time. That's really what the Bee Expo is all about. Is they were already making this cool stuff, but had they not had a good platform, it could have taken a lot of us years to figure out they were selling that. And who knows, maybe they would have given up, or it would have just taken more time. And that was some of the coolest things I've seen in a while, is that whole display. So I just emailed them because I had a whole list of companies I wanted to visit and buy some stuff from, and either one, I didn't get a chance to visit their booth, or two, everyone bought them out before I could get to them. And so, that's all right though. I'll have them ship some to me. We just got to decide what all we want to get. But that was really cool. So 3D printing. So many of the companies, like I had to sign an NDA on a few of these companies, but now I don't have to keep my mouth shut. Which that's really hard for me. Signing an NDA is really hard for me. But the company, what was it called? 21st Bee, that had those solid plastic frames.
Mm-hmm.
And I had seen the ones where they had 3D printed those suckers out several months ago, and they had shown me some pictures of what they look like with the molds and stuff. And it just shows you that 3D printing is the way. And have any of you guys been into John Hill's facility?
It's been a while since I've been there, but yeah.
He's got a video on his print farm on his channel.
Yeah. In the video, did he have any of his 3D printing room that he has in there?
Yeah, he showed the guy that he's got doing the CAD work, and he showed that room with all the printers.
Yeah, it's insane. I don't know how many he's got in there. It could be 12. It could be 24. I have no clue, but I mean,
he's probably got more. He's probably doubled or tripled that since that video.
Yeah, when I was in there earlier this year, I mean, I think he must have had at least 16 in there. It was insane, and just every one of them was just going wide open, building parts for Hilco, and so it's pretty wild. But what I want is one of them to start making some. I'll use metal for me, so I can start making some stuff out of metal. That's what I really want. So. But anyhow, I just thought I'd hop in for a little bit. I've got a lot of cleanup to do. I've got my extraction line over here, and I've got all these Wisconsin supers. I pulled that honey, and I did extract a little bit of it, but it's been sitting here since late September, and a little bit of it is starting to crystallize in the comb, like maybe 4 to 5%. So if I don't hurry up and get this done quick, it's just going to stay in there. And what's bizarre about this Wisconsin honey, I left it all on until the end of the season. So there's clover and basswood, but right towards the end, they were making goldenrod. And I mean to tell you, my basement has smelled like goldenrod stinky feet for the last 3 or 4 months. It does. I mean, I go down and think my laundry's done, and I'm like, no, it doesn't smell like it did a very good job. It's nasty. The flavor is good, though. I will say the Wisconsin honey has a good flavor. It's no Tennessee honey, but I've had worse. And but ultimately, it was a fun adventure. I went up there half the reason because we'd had a bad spring, and I've always wanted to go take my bees somewhere. And Jed Thorne had helped me get a bee yard up there, and I kind of called in a favor. I'm like, Jed, I've made a YouTube video or two, man. I need a bee yard. Come on, help a brother out. And he's like, Dad, gummit, I've got all this work to do. And I said, well, do you want a booth at the expo or not? And he's like, all right. So
twist his arm a little bit. Yep.
I don't have to. He's just we're pretty close. We were talking on the phone earlier today about some expo logistics, and also he's got his fiance now. She was there with him, and so he's gearing up to be Mr. and Mrs. Thorne. So that's always good and exciting. But I'll be heading up there again this year, but this time I'm going to take all of my bees except probably just 1 bee yard's worth, because I got to have some down here to fiddle with when I'm not up there.
Do you get someone to take care of them while they're up there?
No. So what I did last year, I did a couple things, but primarily I just took 1 bee yard's worth, and I left most of my hives here. And the bees I brought back from Wisconsin look better than what I had here. We had a terrible fall. We had a heavy drought, and I didn't feed any of them up there in Wisconsin because they didn't need it. But I went up there like 3 different times after I dropped them off. The last one was to pick them up. The first one was to drop them there. And then when I took them up there, I pulled them back a little bit, equalized the yard out just like I would here in spring. And so, but they were really strong colonies, honestly, a little too strong. If I had one thing to do differently, I would have pulled them back more before I left. I probably, out of 50 hives, I bet I shot off 18 to 20 swarms. But whenever I would go back up there, I would take some of my queens that I had raised here in Tennessee. I just take nukes up with me. And then I usually take 5 or 6 queens with me. And sure enough, I needed about 4 or 5 of them. And I would just leave them in their nukes up there. So the next time I came back up, I brought a few more. I was able to requeen everything. And so it worked pretty good. Most of them requeened themselves because they were strong colonies. And usually during a honey flow with low stress, bees do a lot better job of requeening themselves versus a dearth period. And it was just, I did take Chris was up there one time with me, and I took Talon, he's also going to be working with me this year. He lives 15 minutes from me, and so they did help me out, but there was no one up there to manage them. What I would do differently is I would cut them back as soon as I got up there. If they had 8 frames of brood, I'd cut them back to 4 or 5 frames of brood, and I'd make a split with that. And that's my plan this year. Maybe take 200 of them up, cut them down, take about 3-4 frames of brood a piece from them, have some queens ready to go, and just make some splits up there, and then let those splits build up through their flow. And then I will make a little bit less honey off of the original, but my goal isn't to go up there and just make a super crazy, the biggest crop ever, because I can't stay up there the whole time, or I don't want to. So primarily, I want the bees to be healthy because if they're down here in Tennessee, my flow's done by the second week of June. So feed is expensive. I don't know if you guys have noticed sugar prices, but they're not very agreeable.
Yep.
And that the stuff they got up there works a lot better because it's free and it's healthier. And plus the weather is a lot cooler. So I'm going up there is I like driving up into northern Wisconsin. It's pretty country, and the bees do better. I don't park them in the best locations for major honey. There's some places more over towards southern Wisconsin and Green Bay. They get a lot more sweet clover and stuff. But my goal is if I can average 50 pounds of honey per hive up there and make a split, and my bees are healthier, I'll be plenty happy with that. And then, of course, whatever I make down here in Tennessee. So that's kind of my. I just had an idea. The light came on.
Hey, look out, Chris! He's got more. He has more in the sleeve ready to go.
See, a lot of people think I'm needing help from Chris and Talon so I can work on the expo more or whatever. Oh no! It's so I can do more bees. I get tired of all this social media stuff and all this expo stuff. I want to fool with bees. It's way more fun. And the bees don't talk back; they just sting you. That's all right.
Now, would you be leaving all your splits up there to overwinter, or would you bring them back to Tennessee?
Oh yeah, everything's got to come back. Wisconsin's only a nice part of the year. The rest of the year they can have it. Kick this man off this life. Come on, Chris. If you think this is bad, just wait. Just wait. But no, I do want to be able to do more bees. That's quite fun for me, and I've spent 23 years accumulating experience and also gear to be able to run a big operation. Before the YouTube thing, my goal was to be at 1,000 hives or more. And obviously the YouTube thing took me a whole different direction that I ever thought. I mocked my wife when she said it was a good idea. Boy, I rue the day. But it has been super awesome too, though, because I have made so many good friends, and I've learned a ton from YouTube because some of those friends know a lot more about bee stuff than I do. And or have had different experiences. I would have never been able to get a bee yard up there without Jed Thorne, and being able to help Jed's business take off is it's always fun to be able to be a part of that and see a really nice young guy get into the business and do well. Yeah, don't invite him in here. He just won. His team's going to the national championship. He doesn't need anything else.
Phillips is proven.
We just want to hear the back and forth. That's it, Cayman. We just want the back and forth between you two. You're like a married couple there.
Well, here's the thing, though. Shortly, Chris is going to be employed by me, so he's going to have to be careful, No, that's not how this relationship works, and he knows it. So, if anything, it's going to get worse. He's going to mother me. And Chris, you have to jump in. Jeremy, don't be goading him. So we stayed on after our live last night, and Jeremy and Chris and I were talking about a lot of logistics, primarily the vendors. And I got to say thanks to those guys again. He runs a full-time job, and also his wife's got a business, and he's got to help her with that stuff. And these guys still carve out a lot of time for helping Laurel and I out in the expo. So I really appreciate Jeremy. Chris, not quite as much these days. He's been picking on me, and I hate Ohio State. Those bums. But no, I highly recommend anybody out there who's watching about keeping bees. Watch some of what the commercial guys are doing. There is a reason that they're doing that for. The more I've it's not like you have to become a commercial beekeeper. Not all of us are in this for, going to the almonds and making huge money or anything like that. But there's a reason why in the old books and these commercial guys still today are moving their bees from location to location. There's a reason why they're using standard Langstroth equipment. And, for the people who are on the hippy dippy group saying that, just the commercial beekeepers are the bad guys and they're destroying everything. Well, it's typically they're the ones that are selling bees back to those guys after they've lost them. So I remember when I was losing a lot of my bees early on in my first 5 years, I bet I averaged 50% losses, with some years being lower and some years being 75% of my bees. But I wasn't treating properly or at all during that time. And my bees weren't any special type of, resistant bee. They were definitely no Corey Stephen bees. And most of the guys, when I got into it, who were promoting that, have been proven, almost all of them, to be frauds since, and are out of business or still lying the same. Some of the bigger ones, who I'm not going to name here, they sell their treatment-free packages for like $200 a piece or whatever the crazy price it is for a package. And they're buying from some of my commercial buddies because they can't produce enough bees, so they're shaking commercial bees out of the almonds to help make up for all their losses. Folks can make, what was that Flower Street Farm said? Yeah, they really can. One of my favorite guys to talk about here in Tennessee is the Bearded Bee Works, Josh Hager. He looks kind of like a poor man's Billy Joe, and he goes to Nashville and he takes those Nashvilleans for all they're worth. Regular honey. He's got some of the best cinnamon honey I've ever had. My son won't put it down. He's got other flavors of it, butternut, and all kinds of different stuff. And he sells all kinds of cream specialty stuff. And I think he told me recently he sells more of that than he does the regular honey now. It's become so popular. Oh, you got some of Ferris Farm stuff right there.
Oh yeah, yeah. Byron's got some good stuff going on there.
He does. So you know what? That's one of the new workshops that we want to have, is some of those guys here in Tennessee maybe put that on. And there's a guy in Kentucky I've considered having as well. Do a creamed workshop, and primarily with the workshops, if you guys noticed, Gus's and the wax one, they were $15, and that's kind of what we're looking to do. Is keep them real affordable. The microscopes, unfortunately, have to be a lot more, because we dropped about $5,000 into that room's worth of microscopes this year. So between that and paying for 3 people to man it, so I have 3 people's worth of hotels on top of that, and then some flights and various other things. It's probably going to take us 3 to 4 years to pay for those microscopes, based off of the current rate we're getting people through the class, which we're okay with that. We definitely like the value that it adds, and man, it was so cool. But now we've got to figure out how to get more people into it. And so I think we're going to have Etienne wants to have now a master microscope class that he'll run. Chris's dad and Kara Ching will run the more introductory class we had this year, which it's called introductory, / I guess some people see that as a beginner class. It is, you're drinking from a fire hose. You get what you pay for. It is a really good course. It's not boring. I was only able to sit in there for a little bit, and I was like, okay, this is intense. But it was very good. All the people I interviewed, super thrilled with it. So we're probably going to have multiple classes, but most of the workshops, like if we have a creamed honey workshop, it's going to be probably right around that same cheaper price point, because it's just not going to take a lot for us to invest into one of those versus a microscope class. So,
well, I think that allows you to keep the overall cost, the ticket cost down to the people who don't have a large budget, right? But to maybe folks who are sideliner series and above who are wanting to add all those value added items to their lineup, it's a very small price to pay, $15, $20, to take that Gus Mitchell class where they can get those little tidbits of information that'll help them to gain that success. So really, it's kind of a small investment. So from Melissa and I's perspective, we did sign up for that Gus Mitchell class. And I thought there was a lot of, little gold nuggets that were in there that can help out, because Melissa and I are on the newer scale when it comes to comb honey production. So we wanted to be able to gain as much value out of that as we possibly could. So, by you charging a little bit on those sideline classes, if you will, I think that now you can still operate and keep your initial costs down and still add those value added pieces in there, particularly, again, adding that extra day of classes in. So, again, I'm not skipping school the whole time. I think that's kind of where it's at. So I think you're kind of, in my humble opinion, I think you're barking up the right tree. But, and it seemed like with how quickly that sold out, that's kind of your telltale right there, that at least those two classes particularly, people had interest in, and they didn't have a problem paying a little more. So, that's kind of your gauge.
We have, I can't remember who it was. Oh, I won't say who it was, but I had some people the other day saying, Cayman, with the demand, you could easily charge like $100-something for those microscope classes. I'm like, no. And I think they're right. I think I probably could. With as many people that want it, there will be some people that will pay that. But the goal with this is not, we're really not looking to make money off this. A lot of these value added things, I want to have it for two reasons. One, because I really think that if over the course of 10 years, we can educate, maybe 1,000 people through a microscope class in 10 years, one, that's going to be fantastic for the industry, because we'll have people in Missouri, we'll have people in all over the country who now know how to do microscopy for bees, which who knows what that could lead to. Definitely better education and understanding of what's going on. So we want to make sure that we're actually doing our job as the Bee Expo and contributing to better education long term. And the second thing that we want to be able to do with it is make our conference different than the other ones out there. And we're not, some people would say that we already are. I want to make sure that there's always a big distinction, because you can go to a lot of good conferences and hear good speakers. I've been seeing other ones that have, Randy Oliver at them, or they'll have Bob Benny. Heck, sometimes they get the elusive Cayman Reynolds at a couple of these suckers. And yeah,
I may have been to one this year.
What?
Said I may have been to one this past year.
Oh yeah. You guys didn't realize what a treat that was until you got there. And so, all jokes aside, though, there's a lot of really good conferences that have some pretty good speakers at them already. And so at the Bee Expo, we do have a pretty awesome big lineup, I think, of good VIPs. But we've already talked about this. A lot of the people want to hang out in the trade show. They either want to hang out with the vendors, they want to hang out with their buddies. We did a poll a couple of years ago, and the speakers was like right there at the bottom out of three things of what people prefer to spend their time on. And so I think it showed really clearly that I think it's available in so many places, and with YouTube being available, I think many conferences are spending way too much time focusing on the speakers instead of focusing on, can we create a good environment for people to have fun in and enjoy themselves? Because ultimately, if you have fun and enjoy yourselves, you want to come back and do it again. And then obviously getting to see cool bee products and meet the companies and meet some personalities, that's great. Speakers are awesome too, but I think the workshops is the wrinkle where we can specialize in and offer some really good skill classes where people can walk away and go, wow, yes, now I feel comfortable and ready to go into creamed honey production, comb honey production, candle making production, microscopy, and we're looking at a few other options as well, and maybe even a commercial workshop, going through logistics of tarping loads and or hey, this is the type of insurance you're going to need if you're getting a F550, which that'll be really specialized and not as high in demand. But anybody who's running, maybe a sideline and wants to take that big step up needs that information. So we definitely want to be able to have that. But like I said, just because we can charge a big price, I don't want to. 15 doesn't pay for all of our expenses for Gus Mitchell. But it does help cover a lot, and it helps us be able to pay these guys more. And so we really like that. So, the reason we want to take care of our speakers, we typically pay our speakers more than what the average conference can do. And that helps us be able to bring these guys back from year to year. And so the workshop kind of partially was created so that we could get some of this talent back year after year, because with the regular speakers, we have to rotate them in because they only have so many lectures, and people want to see new personalities there. But with the workshops, you can have Etienne there for 10 years in a row. You can have Gus Mitchell doing Cut Comb again next year, which is a whole new set of people. So that's what we're wanting to do, is be able to get these guys in every year, and the workshop money will go towards helping us be able to have these cool men and women back each season. So, boy, it's kind of weird that we're talking about this. I never thought that I'd be doing this kind of stuff.
Hey, Cayman, have you considered having like a bee forage workshop where somebody comes in and specifically talks about identifying bee forage?
I've never thought, we haven't talked about identifying bee forage. I actually am talking to somebody about planning bee forage and how to make it actually work well for you. And it blew my mind talking to him. So I'm hoping to have that, but I've never thought about identifying it. It'd have to be someone super skilled. I'm not saying they're not out there, but I don't know who that'd be.
Bob Benny's neighbor.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I would start contacting some of these companies and see if you get some down there that have, like, obviously we all know buckwheat's a bee forage, but some of these companies, they've got specific mixes for pollinators. And if you could get some of them down there at the trades show, maybe selling some of that, then maybe you could get contacts with somebody that could teach a workshop like that.
I would love that one. That's one of my favorite side things to do. And honestly, one of the things I enjoyed the most about Wisconsin is because they have a totally different type of forage up there. I kind of had to start looking through, hey, what's blooming up here and when, and like the little bird's foot trefoil that they have, that was really neat. Though we don't have any of that down here in Tennessee that I've ever seen, and it was all over the place. Bees don't make massive crops off of it, but it definitely contributes early in the year. So that would be a fascinating. That's where we want to get more subgenre topics. We had someone mention yesterday about apitherapy, and some of this stuff we're gonna have to probably pull into other countries, because they were talking about bee bread collection, and I don't even know anybody in the United States that collects bee bread.
What about bee venom?
Yeah, bee venom. I know that the Mraz, Charles, I think is his grandson over in Vermont. I think they're still doing some of that. Charles Mraz was like the apitherapy guru and one of the pioneers in this country. But you don't see anyone ever talk about that. And I think it's partially because our medical industry really pushes that kind of stuff down.
Yeah, for sure.
And I get it. There are some people that I think sting therapy can really help. There's some people that just may kill and cause a problem. But then again, a lot of people die from medical malpractice and bad medication too. So, it's not like it's complete science. Dr. Leo, bee bread, $150 a pound. Well, there you go. Everyone, we can get rich selling bee bread. You just didn't know it until now. That doesn't surprise me one bit. I didn't know that he was selling bee bread. Hey, Clay, thanks for supporting these guys.
Can you imagine
so
going to a conference and getting getting like 150 pounds of buckwheat cheaper than you can get it at home because they've marked it down because they brought so much of it down to the conference. And then you can, depending on where you're at, you can put that out in the spring, in the summer, in the fall.
So that's one of the things that now that Chris is on board, and it's going to give me time to actually do more networking, because I agree. We need to get seed companies involved. Honestly, where we really need to do more work is get outside of the bee industry. We definitely don't want to turn it into something where we have a flea market there or anything like that, but something that correlates properly with the industry. And so something like some good plant, seeds and maybe some planters that are useful for us. We've talked about maybe having tight bond glue there. Almost on board. Chris, you're basically taking one step onto the plank at this point. Close enough. Hurry it up, Chris.
He's out there. He's back there playing around. Tell him to make the step, right?
It's actually, we're waiting on my accountant to get back with us, so he's ready to.
Yeah.
Well, you had Gorilla Glue there this year, so.
We did, and honestly, I was awesome because I took a picture of it, and we're going to send it to Tight Bond and say, hey guys, you're missing on an opportunity over here, and we're wanting to get seed companies like you said that are doing buckwheat seeds, sweet clover, hubam, red clover, anything that's good for bees, and
Hive mowing,
and that would be fun.
I don't know if they do it in the big enough quantities for an expo, but they're pretty big. They're a pretty big seed dealer. Hive Mowing Organic Seed Company.
Well, so I literally have on the docket for next year a speaker who is a commercial beekeeper who plants dozens upon dozens of acres of forage. Yeah. Well, Captain Hook got eaten by the crocodile. So now you and Peter Pan can go have some fun. So come on. But no, where was I? Chris, quit derailing me. That's not part of your job description. But the seed companies, I have a guy who's supposed to be speaking on that. He's like, Cayman, if you plant these things, now he's in Kentucky. But for a lot of us in this region, it'll work for us in Missouri and Tennessee, where he's like, I plant these things, and then where I have my bees close to them, they have something for them almost the entire season because of this diverse seed mix we're putting down. So I'm really interested to hear that, because my bees I know could really benefit from that in July and in August. So I'm hoping to learn something from that. So there's always something new, but we're trying to get some more unique stuff. And there's a lady who I'm looking to maybe get this next year. I've got to iron some details out, but she's making a living in big cities off of millionaires and just getting them to pay for the equipment, getting them to pay for the jars, all the machines. All she does is bottle it, and they sell it in their store, and they pay for her to do that because they want to have their own. They'll have their vintage wine over here, their own brand of wine, and then they'll have their own brand of honey over here, and they have so much money, they'll pay them a full-time income to do that. And these ladies are leveraging these rich people to do it, and it's a really neat thing. And I think it really showcases that there's several different ways to make beekeeping work for you. You just have to get creative. Now, of course, those of us who are in the middle of nowhere, Tennessee, with a town population of 1,800, I don't think that's going to happen. I think when people make $15 an hour around here, they get real excited. So we don't have those same opportunities, and that's why most of my honey is wholesale for $6 a pound, which honestly for me works out pretty good. I don't like selling it one jar at a time or two. But did any of you guys see the Dancing Bee supply jars this year? The round jars they had with the hexagons all over the jars.
No, we didn't buy any of those from Dancing Bee.
Okay, I got about a couple hundred of them to try. I typically do just your regular queen line.
What do they look? Yep.
Okay, so there's the jar. And ow, dadgummit. So you can see the lids, maybe.
No.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they have a
So
little.
they're a hexagon
Oh, yeah.
patterned lid,
Yeah. What's the jar?
and
It's a big
then
one.
the jars are really nice
Uh-huh.
What? How
jars,
much
and so
is that?
these are like the 2 pound size, and then you also have 1 pounders. And so the nice thing is some of the companies, and you can even make your own. They're not that hard to make your own labeler. And round jars are so easy to just get a little device you can make yourself. They got YouTube videos on it. You just start the sticker right in the center, and then it holds the jar, and you just roll the jar, and boom, your label's on. And so
one of your vendors there, I can't remember his name. He was over there next to the 3D printing guy that had a couple different labeling machines that looked pretty nice. They were costly, and I think it sounded like the round jars like you're holding there, those are much easier to label, and you don't need as extensive of a labeling machine to get that done.
Exactly, and that's the Coastal Tech folks. They've been with us. I think this was their 3rd year, and those machines are real slick. They are costly, but there are people online though that make them themselves, and it's not that hard to make your own a round jar labeler. And so that's why Laurel and I are looking to switch from all the queen line stuff to the round jars. One, because we're also wanting to do a little bit more comb honey.
Mm-hmm.
And these jars that'll fit right in there. And we're also going to eventually go into creamed honey, which the creamed honey will go into these jars too. And we do at this point do some plastic, but I'm really wanting to just gravitate over. I've about got it to where only one of our stores demands plastic now. And and I have no problem with plastic, but I kind of, for the folks that want to use it, but for me, I'm just like, you know what, I think it makes our product look more valuable. I think, and I really think that a nice label on a fancy round jar like that's glass is just going to be perceived, especially in stores where there might be somebody else selling honey as well. It's going to make my product stand out and look a lot nicer.
Yeah,
and
premium product.
Yeah, and so Laura and I are going to start tinkering around with a little bit more fancy honeys and like creamed honeys and stuff like that. So somehow I've got to find time to get into my own workshops. I don't know how that's going to happen, but I need to get in there so I can learn how to do these things. And this is.
Show them the little round jar I gave you.
Did any of you guys check out the Arbor Fab guy there this year?
In that box, in the other box. He's talking about Arbor Fab.
Oh yeah, the Arbor Fab. That was Chad.
Yeah, I didn't have a chance to even go over and talk to him, which is just pitiful. But I wondered if any of you guys had stopped by and seen his stuff. Wayne and Betty Watson in Missouri. Several of you guys have met Wayne and Betty, I'm pretty darn sure.
So, Cayman, I actually had a conversation with him that lasted about 2 hours because Chad turned me on to him. I never even knew Wayne Watson from Southern Missouri. I think he kind of keeps to himself a little bit. And so I had a chat with him.
Not when he gets to know you, he don't.
Oh my gosh. You know what? I tried to a degree, tried to find him and actually talked to, I think it was with Jeremy or maybe it was Jeremy or Steve or somebody, and asked about him. Can't remember, one of you guys I did. But anyway, I never actually met up with him, but I wanted to say hello since he's a neighbor of mine, basically. And he's gave me a lot of advice on that screening piece because I had Chad actually custom build me one that fit over my plastic drums. But if I decided to switch to metal 55-gallon drums, it would also accommodate the same. So I actually ended up ordering one from him and bringing it home. So I'm pretty eager to actually use that guy.
Yeah, you guys need to. Wayne is and his wife, I don't know, they're running almost 200 hives, I think now, 150, 200 hives. He's got a lot of land, and he plants a ton of buckwheat, lots of clover, and various things for the bees. Now you want to talk about a hardcore deer hunter. Some of the biggest, like every stinking week this time of the year, he sends me a picture of this buck that should be on a magazine, and he shoots them all the time. So he's obviously he's planting a lot of stuff for the deer too, but they do really good off of that. And he uses the honey straw machines from like Whiskey Trail Bees, and they do. I think he said last year they did almost 150,000 honey straws.
Wow.
They do all kinds of flavored honeys, and they just kill it everywhere they go because they. I know a lot of people don't like this. I'm one of them. Personally, if it's going to be a flavored honey, I like it to be more natural. I want it to be cinnamon, vanilla bean, something like that. Well, they do that, but they also go a step further and they'll do, the strawberry flavored, using artificial flavorings and stuff like that. And some of it tastes pretty good. I just, kind of the beekeeper in me kind of rejects it, but they go to the fairs. And of course, these kids that go to the fair and the people, I mean, what do? They get double deep fried Oreos. They get deep fried pickles. Everything's fried, everything's sugar coated, and everything's got food coloring in it. And so, at least honey's a little bit healthy for you compared to that stuff, even with the food coloring. So they are very successful, and just really, really good people. So anyone in Missouri area needs to meet these people and hunt them down at the Bee Expo, because they're some of the most interesting people. But until they get to know you, they probably keep to themselves. But once Wayne likes you, he'll invite you out to do some deer hunting. And these bucks are like Boone and Crockett, like hanging on the wall in Bass Pro Shop big.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he had told me when I had that conversation with him. Like I said, once he started talking, him and I know we were on the phone for probably 2 hours, and he told me, he's like, call anytime. He said, all I do is bees, their honey processing, and deer hunt. He said, that's what I do anymore. And him and I started talking a little bit about deer hunting too for a short period of time, but he was pretty helpful in the advice that I asked about, and he was very freely giving it too. So. That was nice that I was able to connect up with it. Now, honestly, I never even knew about chat until on one of your chats or lives, you had showed those big filtering strainers basically. And I thought, you know what, that would be perfect for what we're wanting. So hopefully I've done right by custom ordering what I was wanting specifically. And actually, I think I asked you too about how many micron that you used, and you answered back on that. So hopefully this will help.
Right. That's right. I forgot about that. Well, then it's nice to have some options, and Wayne got him to do that. What I like about him on the ones I got, I don't know what you got custom, but it gives you so much more time per filter because it'll go off the edges down into the barrel or off the edges into the bucket, and so it just gives you a lot more filtration time, and since it's got this really heavy duty handle on it, they're really easy to pick up. Those plastic ones that we used to use on the buckets, I hated those things.
They're flimsy.
I'm going to say good night and thank you, everyone.
Night, Mike.
Night,
Good night,
Mike.
Good night.
Mike.
Seeing you all.
Well, I just looked at the time. It is 11:12, and I've kept a lot of you guys up. And my wife is probably upstairs going, man, when he gets off of here, we're going to talk about this lizard conference. So maybe that's why I've stuck on here so long, as I'm afraid to get off.
I like your Bee Expo flag that you've got behind you, Cayman, the Bee Expo flag.
Oh, yeah?
Have you considered shrinking that down and doing a poster of that?
I haven't really. That was actually a company. We ordered those big step and repeat signs for everyone to take their pictures in front of at the expo. There was a promo that week or whatever, and they said, hey, do this and we'll give you this little bitty thing. And so I said, just stick the Bee Expo logo on it. And they sent that. And I don't spend a whole lot of time on that kind of stuff. Chris is the one that does all that volunteer work that makes things cool. So I imagine as he comes on board, you'll probably see posters. You're gonna see expo pins that are really sharp and cool.
I mention it
All that.
because I've seen, aside from honey, I've seen a lot of people have been bringing back a lot of stickers with them, and now to give them something to stick them on for that year.
So are you talking about that Cameron Reynolds sticker face that was going all over the place? Or are you talking about a regular sticker?
I don't know what that's about. I'm talking about stickers from beekeepers. When they got their honey, some of them got stickers, like Flower Street Farm and 33 Mile Field. And so they got all these stickers, but they ain't got nothing to put them on. If they had a black poster, and then in the center was the expo logo, they could fill it up with stickers. And then they got
that is a really good idea. I thought you were playing a joke on me because someone at the expo, and I found out who it was, handed out like 2,000 stickers of my face for everyone to put on stuff.
Wow. I mean, I didn't get one. Dang it.
You didn't get one? Well, everyone else did.
Me neither.
Chris put one on my trailer. Chris put one on the back of my truck license plate area.
2020.
We do sticker swaps. That's what
I heard you could throw those under the bed and they'd kill roaches.
So
they might.
I was excited that when I went to buy my expo t-shirt, you guys had stickers at the table, because I do every year a
there you go. Wow, that's a lot of stickers.
I have to preface that this is my 2023 bottle.
That's okay. It really, none of it bothers me. I've had some people even message me and say, "Hey, do you want me to get rid of this stuff, Kim?" I'm like, absolutely not. You know, it's beekeeping stuff. There's nothing wrong with it at all in my eyes. It doesn't bother me, and it doesn't seem like it has much. There's not a whole lot going on in that department either these days. I wonder why. But like you said, Spanky, the stickers and all that, that's something that we've had suggested and we wanted to do this year, and I just ran out of time, is we want to get a big board next year that's like 4x8 and on both sides, and people can bring their honey labels or maybe their business sticker or whatever and slap it on there. And we can just see stickers from all over the place and different honey labels from all over the place. And who knows, maybe do more than that. But it's pretty cool what people have done with some of the stickers and the labels. Honestly, that's my secret reason for doing that, is so I can see everyone's honey labels and see what I like and what I don't like.
The reason why I mention it is I went down to that expo, probably 2018 for Skills USA. And so what they run is they run pins. They have they're all competition. You know, the students do the competitions, and one of them is pin design. And so every state has a pin, and you go down there and you trade pins with each other. And they've got a towel that you put the pins on. Well, you've already got people doing stickers, so just sell a poster, they put those stickers on them, and they can collect or honey labels or whatever.
We'll probably do a little bit of both. I think stickers and pins. We have some people
and trying to fill it up every year, getting every state.
Who made the goat milk honey lotion? So that was made by Jester, Pratima Jester. So the guy, you know, the white Jester boxes that people use for putting nukes in. The wife of Pratima, she makes soaps and she loves doing that, and she makes a lot of good stuff. And they sent up 3,000 soaps, lotions. I think some of it was hand balm or salve or whatever, and she made 3,000 of those, shipped them up, and we packed them up into the bags. And my mom, who does not like smells, she was helping pack the bags. About drove her out of the house, but it was everyone seems to have really liked that, and it was nice to have those in the bags this year, because a lot of the times it's just papers or something to read. It was nice to have something a little bit more useful.
Hey, Chris, that's at least something that you're going to make some money back on if you do that.
There we go. There's the wristband. So this will be our first. This coming year will be the first year that we've had the queen collar twice. So of course this was our 5th year. We started out with white, of course white, yellow. Was it green? No, red, then green, then blue. And so now we're back to white. And my wife is like, white doesn't look very good for a lot of things. So are we going to stick with the queen collars or not? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, so you could put that on a poster.
This was the sticker when I got my shirt.
This year we got some stickers made. Next year we're going to have a few more options in the sticker department. Again, that's more Chris Madera's territory. He designed that thing. I mean, it's just he just basically says, "Can we do this?" And I said, "Yeah, I think people will like that." And he's like, "All right, here's the bill," and I paid the bill, and the stuff happens. And so it's nice. I'm not super creative like that, but it is really neat to see all the creativity, and that's really again what always makes the Bee Expo is people come in there. Some of them 3D print, some of them do blacksmith, and some of them are like John Hill and just talk the entire time. And then the other people around them actually get real work done. And then there's people like me who basically do the same thing. So I know it's getting late, but I will say this real quick. John's working on a couple new projects. I can't tell you what they are, but they might even be cooler than some of the stuff this year. And he's it's a good time to be a beekeeper, in my opinion. We've got some good companies on the way. We've got some good ideas going on. I don't know if you guys ever need anything from me, but I'm always happy to help. Thanks for letting me join on with your lives and stuff like that. At the end of the day, I like talking bees and stuff as much as anybody does. And Philip over there, Philip's about passed out, and I know Matt's already passed out.
No, I'm listening intently.
I want everybody's phone number so I can call them when I wake up in the morning.
Hey,
That's right, well, guys.
Tell about the Gorilla Glue comment.
Oh yeah, Brian. Well, Brian's hardcore. He did his best. He even slept through it and then got back up for more.
We're
going.
Hey, David, I want to make a couple. Are you the speaker guru of your bunch?
Say what?
Speaker man. I got 2 speakers. I want to, in my opinion, suggest if you could get. I know you've tried Mike or Palmer in the past, and Jamie Ellis.
So, Jamie Ellis and Michael Palmer. These are suggestions for next year. Is what you're saying?
Yep.
Anybody else?
That's just 2 that I know is a really good speaker if you can get them.
There's this. I make a suggestion. There's this other guy that's been out there for a minute, but he hasn't been doing too many of them lately. First name was Cayman. I don't remember his last name off the top of my head. He used to do some talks at one point in time, but anymore he doesn't do too many of those. Maybe he could make an appearance or something.
Yeah, well, he did one this year. That's more than he's done the previous 3 years put together. So I mean,
that's true. You have a good point, but there's guys like Philip and I that will skip class a lot, and we just we need to put our butts in the seats and learn a little bit. So maybe Philip and I can actually get to class this year and not be out there doing what JW calls politicking.
I'll tell you who I heard. I watched a YouTube video on that surprised me because I saw his picture and I saw the thumbnail. I'm like, I'm not gonna pay attention to that guy. He came to his speech in pajamas, but after he started talking, he's borderline genius. Is Sam Comfort. I don't know if you could get him or not.
Oh yeah, I've heard him talk several times.
I might be able to get Sam. I spoke at the same place. Actually, when I met Jamie Ellis for the first time, Sam, I believe, was there too, because I think they're all down there in Florida. I did talk to Jamie about it, and he said that they would really want to be at the next expo. They couldn't make it this year because it was close to the New Year's. But we've had Cameron, Jack, and he's a poor man's Jamie Ellis, but he worked in a pinch. And I hope Cameron sees this one of these days. But yeah, Jamie Ellis and Michael Palmer are big time on my radar to have, and Sam Comfort and a couple other guys that are a little bit different, and we're looking to have some of that too. And well, I mean, different. It's not just the clothing; it's the style of beekeeping that they do. Top bar hives, bamboo skewers or whatever they're using. It's definitely a unique way of doing beekeeping. But there's a couple of them that do that. I am looking to have that, because out of 3,600 people or whatever we end up having in the future, there's always going to be at least a couple hundred people that are very interested in that, and we want to have those opportunities for them. But Michael is just, I mean, I've all but got on my hands and knees and begged. He's just, the thing of it is, I've found out with a lot of guys, especially they're getting up there in years, and a lot of these guys are introverted. They don't like big crowds, and I'm very extroverted, and it is, at the end of the day, I feel like my head's ringing like someone's been beating on it like it's a drum, because I've had just so many people come up to me and just boom, 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 boom. And it's just like, oh man, that's a lot. I can't imagine being someone who actually was nervous around all that. And so I think guys like Michael also have done so much of this for so long. I think a lot of it's pretty old hat to these guys.
Yeah.
And they're just, it's not a big deal to them anymore, and they don't want to travel. So Michael is, I've made very well aware to Michael that he's always welcome at my conference anytime he wants to show up. I'll pay him to speak. I'll pay for his hotel. I'll pay for his plane. Just get that rear end over here, and we'll put you on stage. But so far, no dice. But I did get Randy Oliver out this year, and that took me a little while to do that. So I'm one of those guys. I'm quite annoying. I'm little. I'm annoying. And eventually, I think most people just say, fine, just shut up. I'll show up. So
the squeaky wheel gets the grease.
Say what?
The squeaky wheel gets the grease.
It does, and if people don't find you handsome, at least let them find you handy. And so that's my motto. I like that quite a bit. And I actually told that to Jed Thorne today, because he was talking about his fiance. I said, well, because he was working on her car, she has like the muffler fell off or something like that, and he's fixing it. I said, well, since she can't find you handsome, at least she can find you handy. And he's like, come on, man.
That's why I keep Tom around.
That's right. I mean, obviously women dominate the looks department. So if we can't be pretty looking, we can at least be useful, so we don't get kicked out. So that's basically why Laurel keeps me around. And it's hard when you're a little guy like I am. Most of my staff, it's like Jake Osborne. He's like 2.5 of me. Hank's like 6'5". All these guys are huge, and I'm the little guy. But you know what? I landed Laurel because I had so much tenacity, it confused her. See, she just like, something's got to be going on with this guy for him to be this gung-ho and this confident. And it was all an act. I had no clue what I was doing at that age. But it was too late.
Did you tell her you liked lizards? Come on, admit it.
Laurel, what are you doing? There's
You've been found.
There's a vent up here for our heat to go upstairs from this thing, and she was looking at me from there, and she heard you. I cannot believe you did that.
Sound travels real well.
Oh boy.
She's listening through the vent the whole time.
Yeah.
She's giggling up there. I can't tell if it's a giggle of hee, I got you, or hee, you're fixing to get it. It's still learning how to. Yeah, I'm still trying to learn how to interpret these giggles. It's tricky, but no. That's what I tell all the guys. I'm like, you know what? 5'6", I'm 6 inches shorter than what supposedly the average American woman wants in a guy, but You know what? Never seemed to be a problem for me, but you have to. Honestly, I got a little bit lucky. She was, I think, desperate to go have some adventure, and boy, have I delivered on the adventure side of things. So I think she's a little bit disappointed. It was a little bit too much adventure. But if you don't want to show a girl an exciting time, a lawsuit is a fantastic way. I mean, all of the emotions in like a 7-day period. All the emotions, but no, that kind of stuff can cause a lot of stress on a marriage. It actually was great for ours. We weren't on a bad spot or anything like that, but those kind of things kind of make you or break you when you're real stressed out, and then you're trying to get an expo off the ground, and also having people say stuff about you that, even when they're not saying bad things about you, they're questioning you, like, hey man, why can't you say stuff? Well, my lawyer says to keep my mouth shut, which I gotta say, I should get a medal for that. Do you know how hard that is for me? That's like asking an elephant not to step lightly through a field of cotton. It's just not natural. So I managed it, a year and a half of suffering. My lawyer is currently working on actually putting together a timeline of events so that we can release that to everybody finally, and give people a real idea of what went on. So and they'll just they'll judge themselves, because there'll always be people they hate me for because they're jealous of my good looks and charm. I can't help that. But all that being said, God's blessed us quite a bit. Laurel and I are having a good time post conference. Are you up? You're still listening?
I think you underestimate the lizard lobby. They're coming out against you after this.
Yeah, lizards eat bees though, and that's not cool. So
I think they only eat the ones that fall to the ground. I have some really fat ones out here by my hives. There's big Texas. They're called dragons, Texas dragons or something.
Horned toads.
They look like a horned toad, but they're mean looking.
I went to speak in Florida, and this is a year and a half or so ago, and I decided I would just go ahead and fly, because flying into Orlando can be really cheap at times, especially if you go Spirit and risk your life. And so I decided to roll the dice, and I took my kids on their first flight, and Laurel with me. And of course, the kids thought it was the greatest thing ever, huge adventure. But what I didn't realize, because I was speaking for the right outside of West Palm Beach, and the president has Airbnbs in it, so that's where he sticks the speakers. And so I stayed there a couple nights, and then we got a hotel the rest of the time. And we went, and when we go on vacations, we homeschool, so we work school into it. We go to some museums, see some manatee stuff. We go on to boardwalks and see some of the glades, and we just look around at different things. And of course, I managed to do some bee stuff while I'm up there, because business expense, tax write-off. And so we worked that in there. What I didn't understand is that they have like 20-something pound iguanas jumping out of trees down there. And I went, the Airbnb that they're in is nice, because it's backed up against just these woods and this, I guess, I don't know what you call that kind of stuff out there, but lots of water, lots of brush, real thick back there. And of course, in the morning, I like to get a cup of coffee, and it's quiet, and I like to get out there and think for a little bit. It's the only time I'm quiet the entire day, because when I sleep, I still snore. So I'm sitting out there thinking, and all of a sudden, the tree next to me, I mean, it sounds huge, just going around in that tree. And of course, in Tennessee, we don't really have anything like that. So I'm like, where's my gun? I didn't bring my gun with me. And sure enough, this huge lizard jumps out, and it kind of shocked me for a second. And then I told Laurel about it later, and she's like, you didn't tell me about that. Why didn't you tell me there's a lizard out there? And so guess what she spends the entire rest of the trip doing? Trying to catch the big lizards, the little lizards, all the lizards. And then when she does, she's like, can I bring it home? I'm like, we got to fly back. So
Spirit, that'll let you.
We've been down there before, and there's more lizards than more of those iguanas than grass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's
It's called
funny?
It's called a Florida squirrel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whenever they get snapped down there, they'll actually, like you said, they'll fall out of the trees because they can't move. Their muscles freeze up. The area that you were in talking, Melissa and I were considering going down because we vacation in Palm Beach Gardens pretty much every year. We have for like the last 15 years. So there's a lot of, and JW is going to laugh at me, but there's a lot of like phenomenal restaurants down there in that area, by the way. If you
We staked them all out.
Cool. Speaking of restaurants, I don't tell everybody this because I'm afraid that if I do, I won't be able to ever eat there again. But that Derby City Pizza is phenomenal in Louisville. Some of the best pizza I've had in my entire life. And it's just right down the road from the Expo Center. And then there's a place, oh man, I can't remember the name of it now, but it's a hole in the wall, like literally a quarter mile from the Expo. Is it Pete's? Something like that. And it's just a hole in the wall diner, and they make stuff there, and they have slabs of steak and RC colas and moon pies. It's a really nice hole in the wall right there. But Laurel, upstairs right now I have 4 anoles in my office. Franks, Steve, thank you. See, this is why Laurel's in charge. I can't remember stuff. But Laurel, we have 4 anoles in my office, and Laurel has caught them and brought them up from Alabama. We haven't bought a single lizard that I'm aware of. And so she goes down, we'll go down to visit family in Mobile or whatever, and we'll go to the beach. And I'll be, swimming, kids will be swimming. And she'll be just double checking she's not looking at me. And she'll be spending the whole time catching lizards. And she just absolutely loves it. But those anoles are actually quite fun, and they're low maintenance. We can leave for 2 weeks. They're just fine, low maintenance. And they're kind of fun because their favorite food is wax moss. So we always have those. And I love watching those things. Like it's a gladiator battle, and you throw them in there, and they're like, no, and the lizards hunt them down.
No shortage for them.
Jurassic Park.
That's right.
Well, that was the high note right there, guys. I've got to get a shower and shave before church tomorrow because Laurel doesn't like me to have a beard. And you know what? Next year, I think I'm going to grow it out, though. I really think I'm going to do it. No shave November. That's going to be the first time I've ever let my beard grow all the way out.
26 or 2027? You said next year.
Oh, yeah, this coming November. I think I'm going to start in October and go all the way into November. And I'm just going to see what I can and cannot do with it because I'm kind of curious myself. I pretty much since we got married, I've never let it get much past this right here. So.
I hope you do some gardening videos. I liked your video on the stirrup hoe, and I love how big you got those onions. I'm trying to get mine that big.
Oh, well, thank you. I've been trying to get this buddy of mine who's really into gardening to help me with it, but he just doesn't want to do the YouTube side of things. He honestly doesn't think it'll work. He's like, it's too hard, it's too competitive, and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, dude. You're talking to someone who's already had some success with YouTube here. Come on, man, give me a little bit of credit. Just because I'm your buddy and you know me doesn't mean that we can't get this figured out. But those onions were delicious. Laurel's a fantastic cook, and you dice those suckers up and you throw a little bit of steak, some meat or beef or steak on the grill and throw them. Good. Yeah, Steve Amos, we have shamed him into growing a beard. Well. You guys have, of course, a part of it is you guys are all so much dang taller than me. And, I feel like I've got to somehow get some more masculinity going.
Chris is in the chat cussing at me, saying to keep you in a single lane. I didn't make you make that. I already had that channel.
The game is up, my friend. You're done.
She's there.
It's 2027, I guess, guys. I know that's a no for 2026.
Let's take it back down to Florida. get her some more lizards, make her happy, accommodate her at the trade show, and you're done. You're in like Flint.
Yeah, we're gonna have to spend a lot of money at the lizard trade show, I think, after this chat. You know, it'll be.
Oh my God.
I'm
It'll,
gonna
it'll,
call buddy Dwayne Davis on that short deal.
oh yeah,
Vertically challenged. You're vertically challenged.
Dwayne's good company though. I've never met somebody in the bee industry I've liked any more than I've liked Dwayne Davis and Kimberly. They're just some of the nicest people and super reliable. You know, my first conference that I put on, I told the vendors, because we had a terrible time getting people to show up the first year, and that's fine. It's fine. You know, that's normal. You're in a brand new conference. No one knows what to expect. Dwayne and Kimberly came with bells on, and Man Lake and Data made an appearance too. And we tested out the first time, having deals, and so I didn't want to get too carried away, so I did all the pollen sub myself. And Byron Ferris had syrup that year because he had landed some syrup from a company that no longer does it, I don't think anymore. But we had bulk syrup. I made bulk patties. Boy, that was a lot of work making that. And then we had Dwayne Davis there and Man Lake and Data. And I told these companies, if you show up to and Apame was there in a small capacity too, but Apame was also one of the first companies, and Ricky Rourke. And I told those guys, as long as you guys will come to my conference and you do a good job and take care of my attendees, you'll always get first pick because you came to the first one. But Man Lake has had several issues, and also canned the lady that I was doing that with. So, and Man Lake has some issues, so that deal's off for them. And they didn't even come one year because
I remember that
they said it was too hard to do the ABF and our conference at the same time. And this was like our third year in, so we were quite a bit bigger than the ABF. And the funny thing is last year there was another certain conference going on the same week as ours, and they were there and at our conference the next year. I found that quite interesting. Now, Malcolm, now that's just disrespectful. I don't care who you are. My beard isn't that gray yet, but that is so funny. So I just need to get a pointy hat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that clip of you saying that the other people like Dogwood Ridge was eating their lunch for not showing up to that conference.
Oh yeah, they were great, and so Dwayne and Kimberly have always gotten their pick of locations. Apame was in the front this year, and some people may not think it's fair, but when I tell somebody I'm going to do something, I do it. And so it's been 5 years, and it's been that way. Dadant and Man Lake they've lost their privileges because they didn't show up or show out a few times. Yeah, they still get decent booth placement. We do appreciate them, but it's different. And of course, Ricky Rourke, whenever he comes, I hope we have him back again next year. We'll have him in a nice spot too, because we
tried guilting him in.
Oh yeah,
we put a lot of pressure on him, and he just would not fold.
He wouldn't. I think he's scared.
For some reason, he was thinking spending time with family was more important than coming to
his bee family. He forsook his bee family.
Well, he also had a foot surgery, so
I mean, come on.
I know. Well, I'm sure we'll talk to Ricky between now and then. And from what I understand, I could be wrong, but he had some plans to go visit his wife's family down in Mexico or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty big deal. I mean, again, you got to keep your wife happy if you want to survive to your elder years. So I'm not doing a very good job of that tonight. But you know what they say: in order to have a good marriage, you have to always keep the spark alive. And let me tell you, Laurel's always on fire, and there's lots of sparks. So it might, so. I like the attention, even if it is a little bit of her crossing her arms and looking at me like, man, you're lucky I'm so tolerant of your ill behavior. But hey,
It sounds so familiar.
yeah, hey, I've got to get attention somehow, and that's how I get it. But Laurel also needs attention, and I'm fixing to take her to that lizard conference. So now that I've said it here live, it's going to happen. So I'll let you all know how that goes. It's 11:44. My phone is like at 9% or no 8%. So it's been good talking to you. I'm going to load up the fireplace. Tell Laurel I'm sorry about 6 times, and I'll see you guys in maybe one of these again sometime.
All right.
Have a good night. Thanks for coming on.
Good night.
Hey, good to see you guys.
Good night.
We'll talk to you
Good to
later.
have you.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Well, that was fun.
Spanky, that's the most I've heard you talk ever.
I know.
I tell you.
He does good on this chat, don't he?
Yeah, you did. Way to go, Spanky.
I was going to show Spanky this, what I got.
Yeah.
It's pretty hot, too.
Is it?
Yeah.
Does it have the pepper in it or is it smooth?
It looks clear.
Okay.
So,
Oh, where'd it go?
Hey, Jeremy, I think you're still on here. One quick question for Jeremy. This glass that you have here, where did you get this from? And I'm just curious right now. This is similar to what we have, but I'm just kind of curious about this. If you can, drop it in the comments.
Show it again.
If you can, drop it in the comments, or I can shoot you my email, or just text it to me also if you want to do that. And hey, great looking label, by the way. I love it. Just go, man.
so what were you saying now, Joey, before Tom interrupted you?
Sorry, I'm sorry, Joey.
I was just showing him that it was clear. I don't see any pepper in it. It looked like he strained it or something.
Yeah.
Before I get to mention it again, Nancy Tasker, she's coming on 7:00 Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday. Anybody wants to join her. And let's see, I think I put it one time. Here is her channel.
So she's doing it 7 Eastern Standard, so that's an hour
Yeah, that's
earlier than what?
6 Central.
Yeah.
6 Central.
He's 6 at a time.
Yeah. Hey, Gary, you said you sent me a picture. Did you email it to? Did you send it on Facebook or did you email it?
That's me.
Fillmore.
Oh, that's where I
Messenger.
get mine. It's
You just sent it to
Fillmore.
me. I'm looking.
Oh, never mind. You sent it to Tom.
Hey, Gary, I got it. It went to via Honeybees.
There it is.
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
yeah. That's a.
All right.
That's a really nice label. I like that. Looks
Yeah.
really good. It reads easy. It's clean, and it's got a nice color to it.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, great job. I like that.
All right.
What's
Nice.
Joey,
good?
I'm gonna get off of here too, Joey.
All right. We fixed to shut her down.
Enjoyed it.
We've only almost been 5 hours.
I know.
Go with
Hey,
that.
get a couple more, you'll have the record.
I think that'd be a marathon.
Good
All right. Good night, everybody.
night.
Philip.
See you
Hey,
later.
Philip. I've been
Yeah.
sanding.
What's that?
I've been sanding my Mr. Ed
Oh.
prison shank this whole time.
Uh-huh.
There was
Getting a nice
Good.
sharp point on it.
I'm kind of think I'm about to start sleeping with a knife or something.
Ooh, Tom's gonna watch out.
Listen, in case something happens to me, y'all, I'm a very happy person, living life to the fullest. If I mysteriously disappear, I don't know what to tell you, but start asking questions, all right? You need to have to keep looking for me, all right, if I don't answer my text messages.
Well, y'all,
Well,
I'm gonna go ahead and close it down unless somebody got something they want to say real quick.
Not really. Just to remind everybody that today's Saturday, tonight. Well, it's almost Sunday. Maybe Sunday where you live is Gunline. Monday is Wildwood Honey Farm or Bill. Tuesday, Nancy is doing it. Wednesday is the Stream Team. Thursday is Ricky. Friday, Sawmill Charlie, and then Saturday back here with Joey.
Yep.
We're gonna make a YouTube TV guide here soon.
And appreciate the super sticker, Clay. Glad everybody come in, chatted with us. Appreciate everybody coming in to chat. And we will see y'all next time.
Night, everybody.
Oh.